Chapter 1390. Wu Yuding glanced at Shiha and said slowly, "That brat of mine has only been cultivating for a short period of time. His path has been too smooth, and his temper isn't very good. If he gets hurt, he probably won't cooperate." Then, she smiled bitterly and said, "Demon Empress, please understand. I don't mean to threaten you. After all, our two clans have a very deep relationship now. That brat's temper is really like he doesn't want to leave when he's pulled. Sometimes, it really gives me a headache. I really want to beat his butt until it blossoms." Shiha also smiled bitterly when she heard this. "That brat of yours not only has a bad temper, he also has a very strong backer. As for the worries of us injuring or killing him, they don't exist at all. Even the immortal slaying flying blade couldn't do anything to that brat. And it was almost stolen along with the gourd. Right now, it's just a show outside." Wu Yuding said, "Then after this is over, let's have a gathering." "Okay." After the agreement was made, the Demon Empress became more spirited. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Right now, the Demon Empress wanted the battle to end quickly more than anyone else. It would be best if the battle could end immediately. "Hurry up and release those few unlucky ancestral shamans of the shaman tribe, and let my son and I reunite as soon as possible. Then let's go out and take a look." Thus, the two women walked out hand in hand. While the two female experts were deep in conversation, the battle outside became more chaotic. At this moment, the four Golden Crow princes had already retreated to the side and were eyeing covetously. On the battlefield, the Demon Emperor was fighting Zhuo Chonglu and the Flood Witch by himself. The battle between the three strongest cultivators of the three continents was so violent that the battle space was isolated. Although outsiders could see it from afar, they were unable to interfere. Even a peak expert like the Demon Master was no exception. If he tried to force himself, he would have to endure the backlash from the combined force of the three of them. Based on the cultivation of the three of them, the backlash was enough to heavily injure anyone in the world. As far as the eyes of the demons could see, the three of them did not utter a single word as they continued to attack ferociously. The Demon Emperor single-handedly withstood the Flood Witch and the Sky-inspecting throne. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, he even exuded a sense of calmness from time to time, as if he wanted to continue fighting. The Flood Witch and Zhuo Chonglu joined forces to resist the Demon Emperor. It seemed like they were able to maintain a stalemate, but in fact, they were already complaining in their hearts. They were all people who had been through a lot. Before coming here, they had already overestimated the Demon Emperor's strength as much as possible. However, they did not expect that they had still underestimated the Demon Emperor. The difference between them was actually so huge. It was almost a qualitative difference. He was originally rejoicing that Wu Yuding had lured the Demon Empress away. Now, the Flood Witch was actually worried about Wu Yuding's safety. Jean Fa could not help but become slightly impatient. After all, the Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress Dong Huang were of the same origin. Even if the Demon Emperor was the strongest, the Demon Empress would not be too far behind. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would only be able to fight to a stalemate. Wu Yuding's cultivation was below him and Zhuo Chonglu. It was inevitable that it would be difficult for her to fight alone. On the contrary, as the husband, Zhuo Chonglu was not worried at all. He was very clear that with Zhuo Xiao Duo as a link and with Xiao as a trump card, Wu Yuding would not be in any danger. What the two of them were most thankful for was that Dong Huang Tai had not appeared at all. If Dong Huang Tai had appeared at this moment, the difference in their combat strength would have been directly unbalanced. Then, everything would have been over. Now, it was still not optimistic. Their only hope was that the few Zhu Wus Tai would be able to escape, combine everyone's strength, and break out of the encirclement in one fell swoop. Otherwise, with the current situation, it would be very difficult to break out of the encirclement. Both of them were praying and hoping in their hearts. Xiao Duo, you have to succeed quickly. Your father, can't hold on any longer. But at this time, Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiaonian had already gone straight into the depths of the catacombs. Without any hesitation, they immediately splashed the great shaman blood essence that the Flood Witch had prepared in advance on the formation map. Then, they exerted all their strength, using the 9-9 cat hammer to carry Zhu Rong's fire, and smashed it down with a loud bang. At the same time, Zhuo Xiaonian's Xiao Duo also spat out extreme freezing frost. However, it was the fusion of ice and fire, forming an extremely opposite energy attribute. Through this, it formed an even more violent destructive power. With a loud bang, the flickering formation map shook violently and swayed violently. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. A dense space suddenly appeared in a flash. Zhuo Xiao Duo still did not hesitate and rushed in head first. Then, Zhuo Xiaonian, who had grabbed the back of Zhuo Xiaoduo's robe, was brought in quickly. Immediately, the formation map flashed again, repeating the original seamless state. The next moment, both of them felt as if they were in an independent world. They were in the void of an unknown height and were falling rapidly like meteors. Both of them reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already lifted their qi and were as light as a feather. However, they were shocked to find that both of them had already landed on the ground. It was as if they had been suddenly pulled down. At this moment, they were standing on a majestic and towering mountain. No, all around them were majestic mountains. They were so high that their peaks could not be seen. It was more like a deep pen container. And Zhuo Xiaoduo and Xiao Duo were standing in this pen container. Near the place where they landed, there were 9 people sitting together in a big circle, drinking wine. Those 9 people were still holding their wine bowls and looking up with interest at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, who were floating down. These 9 burly men were all tall and sturdy. They had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Even though they were sitting down, they were almost as tall as an ordinary person. If they stood up, each of them was conservatively estimated to be about 2.5 meters tall. As far as the eye could see, the 9 people's faces were simple, but there was a sense of heroism. That kind of mighty aura that belonged to male creatures. If one had not experienced it before, just looking at the 9 of them would be immediately clear. Majestic and mighty. Even if they were just sitting there without moving, they were still like mountains, as deep as the abyss, and as awe-inspiring as the peaks. It made people involuntarily feel that although they did not show any power, as long as they moved, they would be invincible. They could even flatten a mountain. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian just happened to land in the middle of the 9 people. Fortunately, the 9 people were just sitting in a circle and did not set up a table. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian would have fallen directly into the soup bowl. In an instant, it became a cat and dog soup that the 2 of them could not help but be stunned for a moment. They were stunned and did not know what to say for a long time. Zhuo Xiaonian was obviously more nervous than Zhuo Xiaoduo. She hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo's arm. Her big round eyes kept scanning the faces of the 9 people. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head subconsciously. What was going on? How could there be 9 of them? Didn't they say that there were only 8 people trapped in this realm? What was going on with this extra one? This was a very serious error in the information. Looking at the clothes of the 9 big men, they were almost exactly the same. They were all wearing coarse hemp robes. 9 pairs of eyes all stared at the Zhu Rong true fire that Zhuo Xiaoduo had not yet retracted. After a moment of shock, they all smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that someone from the Wu people would finally come. But it is a disciple of a brother who is no longer here. I don't know if it is a coincidence or not. When he spoke, there was a hint of disappointment and loneliness in his voice. As the Zhu Rong true fire on Zhuoxiaoduo's body gradually disappeared, the unique aura of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer surged out. One of the big men suddenly showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He murmured, "No, it is mine." Another man curled his lips and said, "Don't flatter yourself. Didn't you see that girl's body is full of extremely cold aura? I am 99% sure that it has something to do with me." Another man stared at the two hammers and said, "This guy is very strong. He is like me when I was young." The person at the end of the line said disdainfully, "You're all shameless. What are you looking at? You're all hoping to have something to do with yourself. Are you all blind? Are these two brats from our sorcerer tribe? Can't you see that they have the god-slaying sword, the light of the Tai Chi diagram, and all kinds of gourds? How can the Wu people have such talents? How can they have such luck? Ha ha ha." The ninth man, who had been silent all this time, laughed. He shook his body and revealed his true appearance. He was wearing a yellow robe, worry-free shoes, and a towering crown. He was majestic and glorious, the ruler of the world. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian were taken aback. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the same time. First, because they had seen this person before. Second, because this person was not the second leader of the demon clan, the brother of the demon king, Dong Huang Tai. Who was he? His Majesty Dong Huang Tai. Zhuoxiaoduo's lips suddenly opened. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He. Why is he here? The enemy they were most afraid of was His Majesty Dong Huang Tai. His Majesty Dong Huang Tai hadn't shown up since the beginning of the battle. They thought that he was not here, but he was guarding somewhere else. How could he be here? After so much effort, they finally broke in. They were relieved. When they were glad that they didn't meet Dong Huang Tai, they found that fuck. The big guy was lying in ambush here. Wasn't this asking for his life? Zhuoxiaoduo was really stunned. Did Nian Mao and I walk into a trap? Just as he was feeling scared, Dong Huang Tai suddenly shouted, "How dare you, little bastard! How dare you ruin the demon clan's plan for thousands of generations? I'll kill you today." As he spoke, he took out the Dong Huang bell. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. He knocked on the Dong Huang bell with his palm. Instantly, there was a melodious and pleasant sound. Ah! Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian moved at the same time. They had already slipped behind one of the Zhu Wu. Zhuoxiaoduo shouted, "Senior Zhu Wu, listen to me. We didn't gather all the elites of the Wu people to rescue the senior Zhu Wu. Now that Tai Dong Huang Tai is surrounded by us, it's the best time to work together to get rid of him. Hurry up and attack together. Cut off one of the Demon King's arms and greatly damage the Demon Clan's fate. Everyone, attack together. I'll hold the line for you." Chapter 1391. Dong Huang Tai and the 8 Zhu Wu were all stunned. Damn, this kid's brain works too fast. He clearly saw us drinking with Dong Huang Tai, but he still managed to sow discord between us. What a great temptation. The 8 Zhu Wu combined forces to encircle Dong Huang. Even if Dong Huang had the Dong Huang bell, he would still die. Once Dong Huang died, not only would the Demon King lose an arm, but more than 30% of the Demon King's fate would also be lost. So, what reason did they have not to do it? That was right. If the Sorcerer tribe and the Demon tribe were still at odds with each other, then it would not be a question of why they should not do it. Ha ha ha. Roar. Howl. Ha ha ha. Wahahaha. Ha 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 ha. Dong Huang and the 8 grand magi laughed heartily. Some of them were holding their stomachs, some were slapping their thighs, some were flipping on the ground, some were spitting out saliva. They really didn't care about their image. Especially the guy in the middle, who had a leopard head and round eyes and looked like a hedgehog. He almost spat out his teeth. Sua Xiao Duo stuck his head out and looked at the strange scene in front of him. He scratched his head and continued to look confused, not knowing what to do. What's going on? Are you fucking kidding me? Or are you kidding me? Or are you kidding me? Dong Huang stood up and laughed. Congratulations to all of you. Today is the day you will be able to leave this place. From now on, the dragon swims in the sea, the phoenix soars in the sky is high for the birds to fly, and the sea is wide for the fish to swim. One of the ancestral magi said solemnly, although the feud between the magi and demons has become a thing of the past, the heavenly calamity has begun and the two races are once again at odds with each other. After leaving this time, there will definitely be a life and death battle in the future. Brother Dong Huang, take care. This is the head of the 6 sons, the head of the grand sun True Flame. Don't let it be schemed against by others. Dong Huang laughed and said, Dijiang, although I don't have the brain to play tricks, I am better than you. What you said is exactly what I want to say to you. Another ancestral sorcerer said impatiently, don't open your mouth and keep talking about me. It's so awkward. Is it so difficult to call yourself I? I don't like your pretentious dog shit look. You're just a crow, why are you pretending to be cool? Dong Huang's smiling face suddenly turned ugly. Xian Ming, are you provoking me? Xian Ming shrugged and clapped his hands. Instantly, a bone-chilling coldness overflowed. The entire area was covered in ice. The ground under his feet turned into a glacier. The glacier then turned into black ice. All of a sudden, the whole place was filled with ice crystals. He raised his head and said proudly, you're anxious. You're still like this after so many years. You're anxious because I poked you. At the very least, what did I say wrong? Could it be that you're not a crow? Could it be that you're a phoenix? Besides, you keep calling me emperor in front of us. Do you think you're our emperor? Do we recognize you as our emperor? Oh, look at your pale face. I can't believe you're so angry just because I said one sentence. You're really worthy of being a bye-bye in the untainted land. Today, you're still a bai-yen. Well, I heard you're still single. Then I should say you're a bai-yen. TSK, TSK, tisk. Even the air froze as he spoke. Sui Xiaoyan saw this scene and couldn't help but feel satisfied. It turned out that there was such an end to the power of ice. She was not alone. Sua Xiao Duo was dumbfounded by what he saw. Seeing this Xianming Zhu Wu with his own eyes, Sua Xiao Duo couldn't help but think of the ice nether witch. They had the same ice attribute, the same power of cultivation techniques, and the same temper. Their way of doing things was also exactly the same. Especially that familiar cheap smell. It was like a gust of wind. If he hadn't seen the other party speak, he would have thought that the ice nether witch had come personally. It seems like the ice nether witch not only inherited the Xianming Zhu Wu's cultivation techniques, but also his personality. It's just that the inheritance of his personality is a little too much, but the inheritance of his cultivation technique is a little lacking. Is this the characteristic of the Xianming cultivation technique? This is really breathtaking. Dong Huang was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Xianming. You'll die because of your mouth one day. There won't be any accidents. That's all I'm saying today. Dong Huang was furious. Ha ha ha, I'm scared because of what you said. Xianming shrugged. He didn't care about it from the inside out. The other 7 ancestral sorcerers were speechless. Dijiang and Gonggang sighed. It wasn't easy for Xianming to live until now. How could a good shaman have such a mouth? They didn't know how many unnecessary wars had been caused by this cheap mouth. In those years, the Wu people had become the enemy of the whole world. Most of it was because of this mouth. The rest was because of the brotherhood. They couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Sometimes, the Zhu Wu felt lucky. Fortunately, the Wu people only had one such bastard after so many years. If there was one more, they were afraid that it would be really hard to deal with. Young man, Xianming said, who's your master? How can you know Zhu Rong's true fire? Why do you cultivate Gonggang's great wave magic? Is the little girl beside you a descendant of mine? Why does she cultivate in the same way as me? No danger. Sua Xiaoduo wasn't scared at all. This guy was taking advantage of his seniority. You're too young to take advantage of your seniority. My family name is Zua. I belong to the astral souls. Senior Xianming, can we not talk so much? I was not joking with all of you just now. This time, in order to save all of you, the elites of the Sorcerer tribe and the Star Soul tribe have really been mobilized. I reckon that there are people who are constantly fighting and dying. I wonder if you still want to maintain your interest. Do you have to make it clear here? If you really don't care, I'll talk with you for a few days. Sua Xiaoduo's mouth had been trained for a long time. It had been tested for a long time. How about the Ice Hell Shaman? He had never taken advantage of Sua Xiaoduo's mouth. Sua Xiaoduo's words made Xianming's stomach full of shit. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He could say, then let's talk. If he dared to say it, Sua Xiaoduo would definitely keep him company. But the other Zhu Wu would immediately hit him with their fists to shut him up. The sky was dark outside to save them. You want to talk here? If you don't want to talk, just get out. Then what you asked just now was bullshit, wasn't it? At such an important time, you're talking nonsense. What are you doing? You're a Zhu Wu. Sua Xiaoduo really dared to talk back, especially with Dong Huang next to him. With this outsider present, Zhu Wu wouldn't be shameless. The goblin race and the Wu people had reached an agreement to let them go. But in order to put on a show, the battle outside was real. People died at every turn. It was real. Huff, huff, huff. Xianming Zhu Wu glared at Sua Xiaoduo and was about to say, then let's get out quickly. Sua Xiaoduo took the initiative and said angrily, what's with your attitude? Is this how you treat your savior? Are you harboring ill intentions towards me? Do you have ill intentions towards me? Are you trying to target me? That look was so fierce. Xianming, Ha ha ha. Dong Huang Tai finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. The other Zhu Wu were also amazed. They really didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could use words to suppress Xuanming's cheap mouth. They had lived for a long time that they couldn't help but admire him. In fact, they didn't know that the reasons Sua Xiaoduo could suppress Xianming was because young Master Zuo was at a higher level than Xianming and Xianming. If Xianming and Xianming were cheap gods, Sua Xiaoduo was already a saint. A cheap saint. Dong Huang suddenly remembered that Sua Xiaoduo had sat on a saint's futon in the Purple Cloud Palace. Although he said that he didn't want to sit on it, it was a fact that he had sat on it. Could it be Sua Xiaoduo's saint position? Was really cheap? No, Sword Dao. Dong Huang laughed, raised his wine cup, and drank it in one gulp. Everyone, we'll meet again after today. We'll meet again after today. The 8 Zhu Wu raised their cups together and drank it in one gulp, showing their heroism. The Wu people and the goblin race were mortal enemies, but the higher-ups of the goblin race did appreciate each other. Everyone disliked each other, but at the same time, everyone was pleasing to the eye. Even though they had been sealed here for so many years, they hadn't been mistreated, nor were there any restrictions. Sometimes, Dong Huang and the Goblin King would even come to chat and drink with them. Everyone talked freely and drank to their heart's content. Sometimes, even the Goblin Empress would come. The atmosphere was very harmonious, just like old friends meeting. Now that things had come to this, it was finally time to part ways. Have a safe trip, everyone. I won't see you off. Let's fight again next time. Dong Huang let out a long laugh. His body slowly rose and gradually disappeared in midair. He had said what he needed to say. They would still be enemies when they met again. They would fight when they needed to fight, kill when they needed to kill, and cooperate when they needed to cooperate. Kid, follow us. Seeing Dong Huang's figure disappear, the 8 Zhu Wu gathered their strength and combined their strength. Their power soared to the sky. Following a loud explosion, the entire demonic beast imperial palace flipped over. The restriction outside had been broken by Suashao Duo. Although it had been mended, the flaw still existed. At this moment, the 8 Zhu Wu worked together. Of course, the only way was to destroy everything. With this loud bang, the three people who were fighting outside stopped. Then, the 8 Zhu Wu broke the seal and reappeared in the world. 8 devil-like figures stood in the dust-filled sky, looking up to the sky and laughing loudly. I'm out. Goblin King Dijuan, who had expected this, also laughed. I'm out. Zhua Chonglu and the Flood Witch were experienced people. They could see the big picture from the small details. They instantly connected the dots of the rescue operation. How could they not guess that the Goblin King might have deliberately released the 8 Zhu Wu? They couldn't help but admire the Goblin King's magnanimity. The great enemy that had been imprisoned and sealed by him for so many years had finally broken free. Even if it was intentional, the Demon Emperor's laughter was hearty and filled with faint anticipation. It was enough to show how noble and pure his nature was. Gonggong Zhu Wu laughed and said first, Emperor Jun. Thank you for your hospitality for so many years. We, the Wu people, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes. Since you have broken out of the seal, you will only be Zhu Wu of the Wu people. There is no need to say anything else. You can go now. There will be a battle between you and us in this calamity. Let's see which of us is stronger. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ancestral sorcerer Di Jiang let out a long howl. This battle ends here. All members of the sorcerer tribe, stop. Following this shout, the sounds of battle outside the demon imperial city slowly died down and gradually came to a stop. The sound of the wind could be heard. Both sides had rushed over. The Goblin King shouted, that Wu people's poison transporting Junior, leave the antidote and we will call it a day. The non-poisonous shaman scoffed and threw down dozens of small porcelain bottles. Greetings, old ancestors. The Flood Witch led the other shamans and bowed. What is your name? Flood. Flood, you have reached the Zhu Wu realm. You don't have to belittle yourself. You can be on the same level as me. In the prehistoric era, those who are stronger are the first. This is especially true for the descendants of the Wu people. Reaching the Zhu Wu realm means reaching the peak of the Wu people. You can't be weaker than others. You must remember this. Yes. Gonggong Zhu Wu looked at Flood and said flatly, you have walked your own path and are no longer my disciple. You must remember this too. Yes. This time, the Star Soul Human Clan Swo Clan has put in a lot of effort to rescue all of you. If it wasn't for their help, it would be difficult for our Shaman clan to handle this alone. This matter might not have gone so smoothly. The Flood Witch, then, Flood Zhu Wu, started to introduce Swo Changlu and his family. He emphasized their help this time. Greetings, Senior Zhu Wu, Swo Changlu and Wu Yuding bowed side by side. They were neither arrogant nor humble. Thank you. Dijiang Zhu Wu said, we will remember today's kindness. Empty words are meaningless. We will see in the future. When facing Monster Emperor Jun, Dijiang said that he would repay him greatly. However, in the face of Swo Zhanglu and his family, Dijiang did not say more. Gratitude wasn't expressed in words. Actions were needed to show it. Senior, please don't mind. Flood and I are good friends. After this disaster, the Astral Souls humans and the Umno Alliance have made an agreement to help each other. This time, I came to help you. Half of it is personal friendship, and the other half is expedient. Ha! Good, good. You are honest and sincere. You are a good friend. Dijiang looked at Swo Changlu and couldn't help but ask, is this your son? He then looked at Swo Xiaoduo. Swo Xiaoduo immediately straightened his chest. Ancestral Witch, you don't have to be so courteous. Everyone looks out for each other. I just did what I should do. Speaking of thanks, it's too much. Dijiang's lips twitched. Did I say thank you? I said thank you to your father. I have given him enough face. Why would I say thank you again? That's my son. My son is young and inexperienced. His cultivation is shallow. Master Zhu Wu, please don't laugh. Swo Changlu said politely. I just said that your words are honest and sincere. Now you are being modest. I said before that in the untainted land, those who are strong are the first. As the saying goes, young and inexperienced, and shallow cultivation. Why can't your son be the first? Your son is talented and talented. The Minister of the Left is really lucky. Dijiang praised Swo Xiaoduo sincerely. He only left the last sentence that he was too embarrassed to say. This sentence was naturally, especially in another aspect, he is even more outstanding. He can be called the best in the world. As for which aspect, those who understood understood, so there was no need to say it out loud. Let's go. We will settle the score with the Demon Clan in the future. Dijuan, we are leaving now. Do you have anything else to say? If not, we will meet again in the Jianghu. The Demon King said lightly, I just said that when you break out of the seal, you will only be the Wu people Zhu Wu. You will only be enemies with each other. However, there is no need to be anxious about the hatred of your life today. I will let you gather and be happy and reunite with your people. At the same time, I will also give you a chance to leave your inheritance. Last time, I was in a hurry and did not leave any inheritance, causing a gap in the inheritance of the Wu people. Today, I am quite disappointed when I meet with the junior wizards. The Demon King is indeed the Demon King. Dijiang said lightly, in that case, my brother and I will leave now. Go ahead. Minister of the Left, let's go. Swo Zhanglu smiled and said, Ancestors of Sorcery, please leave first. I came here because I still have a matter to discuss with His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Xianming Zhu Wu said, do you need help? Swo Changlu smiled, this has nothing to do with war. I believe the Demon King will not make things difficult for me. Gong Gong pulled Xianming's sleeve and said, in that case, we will leave now. Then, with a loud whistle, the group of powerful sorcerer tribesmen soared into the sky and left. After a short while, only the 4 people of the Zhuo family were left. The Flood Witch looked back in the sky and saw the Demon King and Demon Queen greeting Wu Changlu and Wu Yuting with smiles on their faces. She could not help but be confused. What the hell? What is going on? What kind of god is this? I invited you to fight, to risk your lives, to save the Zhu Wu people. Why did you come here as if you were visiting relatives? Welcome to the left minister of the astral souls to the Demon King's palace. Demon Queen he said very politely. Seeing this, Demon King Jun could not help but be stunned. He had really forgotten how long it had been since his queen had lowered herself like this. After thinking for a while, he reacted and said with a smile, yes, yes. The left minister of the astral souls, Yu Ji, has come to the Demon King's palace. You bring light to our humble abode. Welcome, welcome. Bring light to our humble abode. Welcome, welcome. The few demon crown princes on the side stared at the Demon King's palace, which had been beaten into a mess by this family. Then, they looked at the many injured guards around them, and the demon gods who had joined forces to protect the Demon King's palace but could not bear the burden. We just need to wait for the result. The more Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiao Nian looked at it, the more they felt like they were losing their minds. Damn it. Chapter 1392. These two brothers were singing the same tune. They had forcefully acted out this illogical drama. Zhuo Xiao Duo suddenly had a thought. Could it be? Could it be that for these millions of years, the two of them sang the same tune and coaxed their way through? For example, if the demon race wanted to do something big, everyone wanted to do it, but the two emperors didn't. Hence, Emperor Jun first agreed, and Dong Huang then rushed over to explain the situation. Then, they could turn the situation around and make the entire demon race united, singing and dancing happily. He then turned to look at the princes and demon immortals, including the Kunping demon master, who all looked relieved. It seemed like everything was fine now that Dong Huang was here. From the looks of it, even though his guess wasn't correct, it wasn't far off. Especially when he vaguely heard a certain demon god say confidently, His Majesty is wise and mighty, his martial prowess is invincible. His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign's ability to see the big picture is unparalleled in the world. With His Majesty the Demon Emperor and His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign, with both His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign working together, there will be no mistakes, no mistakes. Sounds of agreement could be heard everywhere. It seemed like the concept of His Majesty's martial arts are invincible, and Dong Huang's foresight is unparalleled, had been deeply rooted. Zhuo Xiao Duo, who received further confirmation, couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration. These two crows, they are really good at acting. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, would have believed it. I wonder if this trick can be applied to me and Li Chenglong. I'm invincible in martial arts, and Li Chenglong's ability to see the big picture is unparalleled. It seems that it can be applied. Isn't life like a play, and everything depends on acting skills? When I go back, I'll think about it. It seems like there's a lot of room for improvement. After that, there were no more obstacles. The family of four was welcomed by the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Dong Huang and entered the Demon Emperor Palace. After entering, the Demon Emperor dismissed his subordinates and used the Book of Luo. Everyone present disappeared from the palace and entered the world of the Book of Luo. Here, a tea table was already set up, and the fragrance of tea rose in spirals. Please. Even though the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were already burning with anxiety, they still forced themselves to remain calm and entertain the guests calmly. The Demon Emperor even calmly introduced the origin of the tea leaves to them. Dong Huang Tai also cooperated and told a few ancient jokes, which made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiaonian were smiling, but they were inexplicably nervous. Looking at the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress situation, how could the two of them not understand? There could only be one reason why the three big shots of the demon clan were willing to lower themselves like this, and that was for Zhao's sake. It was the seventh prince, Yiqiong. The two of them felt gratified, but also inexplicably terrified. She was planning to get her child back. But in her heart, why was she so reluctant? The urge to run away rose and fell, and it was constantly budding. Finally, it was Zhuo Chonglu who broke the stalemate and changed the topic. Your Majesty, now is the clear sky tribulation. I wonder what the demon clan plans to do in the future. Do you want to recreate the glory of the past when the demon clan ruled the land of ancestors? Zhuo Chonglu's words were not baseless. The demon clan was the strongest among the various races, and this had always been an indisputable fact. During the Great Shaman Demon War, the demon clan won in the end and became the main character of the world. They established the heavenly court and stood above all living beings in this world. Their glory was unparalleled, and the entire demon clan was proud of it. Now that the immeasurable tribulation was about to begin, with the demon clan's strength, it was inevitable that they would fight for the main character of the world again. Demon Emperor Jun sighed softly and said, I won't deny it. This immeasurable tribulation is about to begin, and it's extremely disadvantageous for the demon clan. Not to mention fighting for the main character of the world, I don't even know if we can survive and not be wiped out. Now that the immeasurable tribulation is about to begin, there are already countless schemes and cruelties hidden within. The demon clan has never been afraid of fighting, let alone fighting. However, we hate schemes, or rather, we fear schemes. On the surface, the demon clan's strength can be said to be the strongest among all the races, and they are a strong contender for the winner of this immeasurable tribulation. However, it is also because of this that the demon clan has become the target of public criticism. Demon Emperor Jun picked up his teacup and drank some tea. His expression was rather worried, although the various clans and sects seemed to be fighting each other, attacking each other, and fighting chaotically. One thing has long been destined. If they do not first destroy the demon clan, or beat them below the average line, there will not be a true life and death battle. Just look at the recent series of battles. Although there are countless casualties among the various races, the real high level and the real peak combat power have almost no losses. From this, it is not difficult to guess. All the chaotic battles so far are merely probing and deceiving battles. Through local battles, they achieve certain goals. That's all. With the current battle level, it is far from the point where the various races are at odds with each other. Demon Emperor Jun sneered, but if it is only this kind of scheming, this kind of strategy is too clumsy. As for your action of rescuing Zhu Wu today, we have already expected it, and even Kunping has also guessed it. That's why he specially came back to deal with it. However, he is preparing to catch all of you in one net, and completely cut off the Wu people's top combat power that can affect this immeasurable tribulation. When the Demon Emperor said this, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding subconsciously took a cold breath. Thinking about the lineup of the demon clan, with the 4 magnates together, the possibility of catching the 6 senior sorcerers and the 4 members of the Zhuo family in one net was not small, it was almost certain. The purpose of this rescue mission was to catch the enemy off guard, to catch them off guard, and to gamble on a fluke. Since the demon clan had already prepared, they had already cut off the Wu people's chance to break the seal. But if we do that, we will fall into the trap of others. Of course, we can catch all of you in one net, but in the future, we will have to face the situation of being the enemy of the whole world. Once all of you die in the Demon Imperial Palace, the combined strength of the Sorcerer tribe will be wiped out, and the rest will not be able to withstand a single blow. In order to avoid becoming the next Sorcerer tribe, all the other tribes can only unite against a common enemy and attack the Demon Clan. Only by completely wiping out the Demon Clan will you have a way out. I can even imagine how great the emotions in the continent of the shamans will be when all the elites die. With the shamans' natural disposition to fight against the heavens and the earth and never surrender, they will definitely take revenge. But as long as they come, none of them will be able to return. The shamans will be the first race to be completely destroyed. The first race to be eliminated in the immeasurable tribulation will definitely be the Wu people. But when the Wu people are exterminated, no one will care that it was the Wu people who took the initiative to attack. The fact that the demon clan was forced to fight back will only further show the strength and brutality of the demon clan. At that time, everyone will be in danger. If there is any provocation, they will all attack together. And your help. If your families all die in the demon palace, not only will the primordial beginning and the Tongtian sages not let us go, the Ren school, the Chan school, and the Jie school will also take revenge for you. You don't even need to think about the names. What's more, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who have always been hiding and never participated in any disputes, will most likely leave their secluded places to participate in the war against the demon clan. Once the demon clan and the human clan start a final battle, even Her Majesty Empress will not be able to support the demon clan. The best result is that she will not help either side. By that time, the demon clan will definitely be the second race to be exterminated after the Wu people. In the immeasurable tribulation, the second race to die. This scheme is indeed the scheme of the sages. They defeated the 3 strongest tribes in one fell swoop. After the war, they will clean up the mess. There will be too many experts who will convert from then on. This is the scheme of the sages. Half of it is an open scheme, and the other half is a conspiracy. Demon Emperor Jun smiled bitterly. We have deduced this result many times after knowing that you are coming to rescue Zhu Wu. On the surface, a few grand magi and a few human experts can't involve too much karma. But after a deep analysis, the variables caused by this will have far-reaching effects. Demon Emperor Jun sighed. Even the death of a sage is not as great as the karma of killing you rescuers. So we have decided to do the opposite. Since the era of great battle is coming, we might as well borrow your hands to release the 8 Zhu Wu. When the 8 Zhu Wu return to the world, the Wu people will instantly become as strong as they were during the immeasurable tribulation of the shamans and demons. The demon clan will no longer be the only one. At that time, it will be uncertain who will become the target of public criticism. I believe that when this change comes, the chaotic situation will only be more chaotic than chaotic. With the Wu people's temperament of fighting against the heavens and earth, when the 8 Zhu Wu return, their comprehensive combat strength will leap to the forefront of all races. No one will be able to ignore their existence. And most importantly, that sage's wishful thinking of driving the tiger to devour the wolf and reaping the benefits of the fisherman will also fail. Although the demon clan has released a strong enemy and will inevitably start another war in the future, we have avoided falling into other people's schemes. This is enough to be gratified. I see. So this is the truth. Zhuo Changlu nodded and said, then the future of the human race and the demon clan. Have you thought about it, Demon Emperor? Demon Emperor Jun paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. This was the question he was most unwilling to answer at the moment, and even the question he was most unwilling to face. Because it would offend too much. The Demon Emperor pondered for a moment before he said faintly, in the future, if there are only 2 or 3 races left that still have the power to fight, and there are both humans and demons among them, then a battle between us is still unavoidable. This is the heavenly tribulation of the Qing dynasty. Other than the immeasurable tribulation, it is also the tribulation of all races. In the future, only one race will be left, and it will be the ruler of this world, the protagonist of heaven and earth. The other races will either be destroyed or fall into decline. If there is a choice, I believe that many races will hope that their own race can leave the ancestral land mainland to protect their race. But now that the ancestral land has been restored and the mainland has just been reunited, the matter of splitting the mainland will definitely not happen a second time. Then, if you don't want to be destroyed and fall into decline, the only way is to fight to the death and fight for a golden age of glory. In the future, perhaps, it will be inevitable for you and I to fight to the death. The Demon Emperor looked at Sui Chonglu and said faintly, so your cultivation must be strengthened. I don't want to, in the final battle, to defeat you so easily. The Demon Emperor's words could be said to be extremely honest, without the slightest bit of trickery. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. It was true that in the future, the entire mainland could only allow one race to exist and become the ruler, the protagonist of heaven and earth. In the future, unless the heavenly tribulation started again, it would be the protagonist of heaven and earth. Then, which leader would be willing to see his own race eliminated, destroyed, and fall into decline? Regardless of personal relationship, regardless of any grudges or karma, when the time comes, under the premise of the survival of the race, they would have to give it their all and fight to the death. No matter how much they appreciated each other, no matter how close they were to each other, it was meaningless in front of their standpoint. Not only the demon race, if in the future, only the astral souls and the Umno Alliance were left, the situation in front of Sui Chonglu and the Flood Witch would also be the same. Sui Chonglu said thoughtfully, under such circumstances, even if the child acknowledges his ancestors and returns to his race, how will he deal with himself in the future? At that time, what do you want him to do? How will he choose? Finally, they were talking about the main topic. No matter how much Sui Chonglu did not want to be the bad guy, he had to ask the most critical question. The Demon Emperor, Demon Empress, and Dong Huang's eyes lit up, but then they fell into silence. That was indeed the case. No matter how the two races fought in the future, it did not matter to Sui Chonglu, Sui Xiaoduo, and the others. Everyone's standpoint was different, and they would still stand on their own side. Only for Xiao, it would be a cruel choice. On one side were his birth parents, and on the other side were his second parents. Should he swing his sword at his birth parents? Or should he start killing his second parents? Sui Xiaoduo said, there is an end to heaven and earth, and the future is endless. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? We are thinking so much now, and so far into the future, aren't we worrying too much? Everyone's expression softened a little, and they all felt that Sui Xiaoduo's words made sense. At least, it eased the current dilemma. Sui Xiaoduo continued, maybe by that time, the demon race, who is the target of public criticism, will have already been destroyed. We won't have to worry about such a choice at all. Xiao, you just have to think about how to avenge your fellow demon race. Cough, cough. Wu Yuding and Sui Chonglu choked and coughed at the same time. The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Dong Huang rolled their eyes at the same time. This brat's first sentence was extremely reasonable, but the next sentence was exceptionally fucked up. Why didn't he say that by that time, the human race might have been completely wiped out? It was so frustrating. Xiaoduo is really straightforward, and he is a straightforward person. The Demon Empress forced a smile and quickly changed the topic. Xiaoduo, when you found Yiqiong in the Crown Prince Academy, how did you find it? You can tell us in detail. If there are any clues, just tell us in detail. We will judge the details ourselves. Sui Xiaoduo thought about it and realized that this matter was quite reasonable. At that time, he found the Huahuang sword first, and then that he frowned and pondered for a while before saying, at that time, the atmosphere was strange, and danger lurked everywhere. At that time, most of my thoughts were on how to escape. To be honest, I really didn't pay attention to any clues or details. You didn't find anything. Forget it, I'll start from the beginning. Whether there is any meaning or not, you can judge for yourselves. You want me to say that it is strange, but I really can't say. Or rather, it is strange everywhere, and everything is beyond my knowledge. I remember that I went in to train. The situation at that time was really dangerous. It was dangerous at every step, and death was imminent. Strictly speaking, that encounter could be said to be the most dangerous experience Xiao Duo had ever encountered in his life, bar none. Even now, when he thought about it, he still had lingering fears. Naturally, the experience was still fresh in his mind. At that time, the loyal protection of the 7th Prince's guards was also a shock to Xiao Duo. Therefore, he really remembered it clearly. After I found the Huang sword, there were several messages asking for help from the demon immortals. Then, there was the memory playback in the Huang sword. I remember that it wasn't that the message couldn't be sent out. At the beginning of the imprisonment, the Huang sword had already rushed out with the message in the land of chaos. However, at the last moment, a finger suddenly appeared from the void and changed the direction of the Huang sword that was about to break out. There was also some kind of concealment technique. In short, after the Huang sword rushed out of the land of chaos, it directly stabbed into a mountain. Then, it was exhausted and went deep into the mountain. It was difficult for outsiders to find it. A finger. The Demon Emperor, Dong Huang, and the Demon Empress all became nervous at the same time. They asked at the same time, what kind of finger? A finger. It's a finger, a white finger. Oh, that's right, there seems to be a circle of white light lingering on it. Is there anything else special about it? Something else. It seems like there is. Xiao Duo recalled and said, that finger. When it pushed the Huang sword away, it seemed to say 2 words. 2 words. The Demon Emperor's eyes were sharp. What words? Ah me. Xiao Duo said, 2 words that I haven't had enough of. Ah me. Dong Huang, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Empress snorted at the same time, their eyes shining fiercely. Paw! The Demon Emperor crushed the teacup in his hand and gritted his teeth. As expected, it's that bald donkey again. How long are you going to scheme? You actually set up a killing trap so long ago. You're really crazy. I, Di Jun, will be irreconcilable with you for the rest of my life. It was because of Yiqiong's incident that the demon master Kuan Peng of the demon clan was almost forced to leave. The demon court almost fell apart. If the demon emperor did not believe that the demon master Kuan Peng would not do such a thing, the demon master would have left with grievances. Now that they thought about the past, how could the 3 demon clan giants not be filled with righteous indignation? Both sides confirmed and thought about this matter repeatedly. Xiao Duo also took out the Huang sword to prove it. All the doubts of the previous years were solved. Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Huang, and Tai Yi all sighed. Unknown child is now. The Demon Empress was a little expectant. Xiao Duo coughed and said, Xiao is out now. You're all shaken up. After a long separation, you probably have endless things to talk about. Now, I have other things to do here. I'm not done yet. Why don't? What else? When I was training in the mountains and rivers, I found the Azure Dragon Temple at the foot of the Whitehead Mountain. There was only a wisp of the Azure Dragon Lord's soul left. At that time, the few of us also obtained some of the Azure Dragon Lord's inheritance. Xiao Duo said, before the Azure Dragon Lord died, he asked me to pass a message to you. Demon Emperor Jun's eyes focused and muttered, Azure Dragon Lord, Azure Dragon. He took a deep breath and said, what did Azure Dragon say in the end? Azure Dragon Lord asked me to tell you that Azure Dragon did not let you down in this life. Duo said each word clearly. Azure Dragon did not let you down in this life. Demon Emperor sighed sadly. I should have thought of this. When the demon court was first established, the 4 poles were unstable. Therefore, the 4 cardinal saints were appointed. They were Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. When Azure Dragon was appointed, I did not trust him very much because he was from the dragon race. Back then, I said something. I said, Azure Dragon, today I appoint you as Azure Dragon Lord. There are 4 poles in the sky, and Azure Dragon guards the east. I only hope that you will not let me down in this life. Later, Azure Dragon guarded the east of the 4 poles. He was loyal and devoted, and made the east of the 4 poles become the most stable part of the 4 poles. However, Azure Dragon was still brooding about what I said back then. Demon Emperor stood up, picked up a cup of wine and faced the east. Azure Dragon, brother, you did not let me down in this life. He gently poured a cup of wine on the ground and said softly, how I wish that you were the one to say these words to me in front of me. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. I will allow you to guard the east. Although I had my doubts when I was conferred the title, I have never doubted you for 1,000,000 years. If I had investigated you, you would have thrown this sentence in my face long ago. I did not expect that a doubt back then and 1,000,000 years of trust later would cause you to worry. Azure Dragon, as the Demon Emperor and the Master of the Heavenly Courts, I will seize the destiny of the world and use the destiny of the primordial world to steal a corner of the heavenly Tao. As the Demon Emperor spoke, his body suddenly emitted a rich yellow light that shot into the sky. Just as the yellow light was at its densest, the Demon Emperor took a step forward and 7 stars shone beneath his feet. He stepped on the 7 stars and pointed his sword at the sky. His left hand was like a sword and a ray of light pierced towards the east. His voice was like thunder and space trembled. I will allow you, Azure Dragon, to have a next life. With a boom, an illusory green dragon shadow appeared from the east. With a flip, it soared into the clouds and disappeared into the clouds. A golden ray of luck split from the Demon Emperor's body and caught up to the dragon's shadow that had already disappeared. Well done, big brother. Dong Huang Tai cheered loudly. The yellow light on the Demon Emperor's body slowly dissipated and was absorbed into his body. He smiled faintly, Azure Dragon, I have not let you down. With this conferment, the Azure Dragon will guard the east forever. The dragon totem is indestructible, the incense will flourish and the future will be promising. It's just a little bit of effort. The Demon Emperor was a little disappointed. He looked up at the sky, as if he was still searching for the illusory dragon's shadow just now. He said, it's a pity that even if the Azure Dragon returns, he is no longer the brother Azure Dragon of the past. Another cup of wine was downed in one gulp. Xiaoduo's heart was a little shaken. Chapter 1393. His memory has been restored. Hearing that her son's memory had been restored, the Demon Empress lost her composure and stood up abruptly. She even knocked over her chair, but she couldn't care less. There was only anticipation in her eyes. Where is he now? Right here. Xiaoduo sighed. Right here. As he spoke, he opened the space-exterminating pagoda, and a ball of fire rushed out. It circled in the air and turned into a 17 or 18-year-old young man dressed in a black robe. The young man was tall, had a handsome face, and his movements were brimming with an indescribable sense of nobility and elegance. It was the innate aura of royalty. Even though he was still young, the majestic aura of a sovereign descending upon the world and illuminating the world had already begun to take form. Who else could it be but the 7th prince of the demon clan, Yiqiong? At this moment, he was looking at the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress emotionally. Tears finally fell from his eyes. Father, Mother, I am back. Xiao knelt on the ground. Little 7. The Demon Emperor trembled. Qiong-er. The Demon Empress screamed and rushed forward, hugging her son tightly in her arms. She closed her eyes and let her tears fall. She hugged him so tightly that she was afraid that if she let go, her son would disappear again. He was gone. Even with the Demon Empress, an ancient expert, this cry lasted for more than 10 minutes. She still couldn't control it. Wu Yuding's heart ached when she saw this, and she felt the same way. She turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at her in a daze while Zhou Xiaonian's eyes were red. She was obviously touched. But the two of you, no matter how touched you are, can't compare to what a mother can feel. Poor parents. Zhou Chonglu sighed softly. The Demon Emperor Jun used his power to evaporate the tears that were about to fall from his eyes. He forced a calm and indifferent expression and laughed bitterly. Zitong has lost her composure. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. My true feelings are revealed. How can you laugh at me? Please. Please have some wine. The Demon Emperor raised a cup of tea and invited them calmly and generously. Big brother, this is tea. Dong Huang coughed. Scram. The Demon Emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. I said it's wine, so it's wine. Are you questioning this emperor's authority? Okay. Dong Huang waved his hand, and the tea on the table was replaced with wine. He smiled and said, if Big Brother says it's wine, then it must be wine. Even if Big Brother says it's urine, I can change it for you. Scram. The Demon Emperor's previous order to scram was only a light shout. However, this order was like a bolt from the blue, ringing in everyone's hearts. Elder brother, please calm down. I've already changed it for wine. I'll kill you. The Demon Emperor did not waste any more words. He grabbed Dong Huang and started punching and kicking him. His face was red, and he was extremely embarrassed. So be it. Now that the situation had come to this, he was destined to be humiliated in front of everyone. Then, he would vent his anger by beating this guy up. After a series of punches, Dong Huang staggered 100 feet to the left, 100 feet to the right, and another 100 feet to the back. After a long while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After such a ruckus, the Demon Emperor's emotions finally calmed down. He regained the composure of an emperor, but his anger had not yet dissipated. He glared fiercely at Dong Huang. What a joke. Where did your hundreds of yuan hui's worth of cultivation go to? Hee hee. In a split second, Dong Huang, who had been given a good beating just now, became sanctimonious again. He took the lead to sit at the table and drink. His actions were calm, and his face was still as handsome and elegant as before. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the ground. Finally, he grabbed his wine cup and studied it seriously. It was as if he couldn't hear or see anything else between heaven and earth. Demon Empress Shihi's slender hands didn't say anything for a long time. Then, they began to tremble slightly. No matter what kind of ancient almighty you were, no matter how high your cultivation was, no matter how powerful your identity was, your son still called someone else grandma. This was an irrefutable fact. Actually, it made sense. What else could he call his mother other than grandma? This was something that couldn't be changed no matter what. At the same time, it was also a fact that had to be faced. Xiao Yiqiong obviously realized that his unintentional words had caused a huge awkwardness. However, he didn't know how to deal with it. He was dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. He scratched his head and turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a silly look. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. "Mommy, you have to come out and clean up the mess." This was a routine. In the past, whenever Xiao caused trouble, especially when Xiaoduo was unreasonable, he would ask Zhuo Xiaoduo for help with this look. Basically, it worked every time. When Xiaoduo helped, everything would be fine. Although he had recovered his memory, his dependence on him for so many years had become a habit that when Zhuo Xiaoduo saw the young demon crown prince, Yiqiong, who had transformed into a human form, acting like a child, he was dumbfounded. "Looking for me? What's the use of looking for me?" So, he scratched his head and turned to look at Zhuo Chonglu. His intention couldn't be more obvious. "Dad, you have to go out and clean up the mess." Xiao Yiqiong was speechless. He really didn't expect that his past experience, which had almost become a habit of his, would be useless. Obviously, he was used to it and ignored the current situation. In the past, when he caused trouble, all the locations were inside the Tower of Empyrean Destruction, and the people he provoked were none other than the Huahuang Sword, Bai, Zhou, Yan Shisi, and so on. As the owner of the Tower of Empyrean Destruction, Zhuo Xiaoduo, except for the Huahuang Sword, of course, his words were the law and his orders were strictly enforced. Even the Huahuang Sword would at most mutter a few words and ask for some resources. Everything would be reduced to a small matter. However, what kind of situation was it today? How could a mere Zhuo Xiaoduo have so much power? It could only be said that Xiao Yiqiong was too used to being a Xiao and overestimated his mommy. In the current situation, this backing could no longer be relied on. Zhuo Chonglu smiled bitterly, but could only bite the bullet and explain, this. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, today is the day that the Demon King's family is reunited. It's a great thing. You don't have to care about some minor details. Words were able to ease the situation that was impossible to ease. The Demon King grimaced as if he had a toothache. He looked at Zhuo Chonglu with a strange expression. His eyes were almost wrinkled into his nose, and he hissed, "Not bad, not bad. This is a great thing, a great thing." Ha ha ha. Dong Wang continued to study the wine cup. It was as if the wine cup was mixed with the rise and fall of the ancient times. It was worth studying. After a while, Zhuo Chonglu smiled bitterly again. This is also a matter of fate. The children are young and inexperienced, they don't know the importance of things. Although it was an unintentional fact, it also created this difficult to face reality. Zhuo Chonglu sighed as he spoke. The Demon King sighed as he listened. Wu Yuding and the Demon Empress pretended not to hear, but in fact, they were waiting with their ears perked up. Zhuo Chonglu knew very well that it was impossible for the Demon King and the Demon Empress to truly acknowledge this relationship and call him uncle and auntie. It was even more impossible than a fantasy. If the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were to become friends with Zhuo Xiaoduo as equals, these two almighties could still accept it if they pinched their noses. However, if they were to say that the two of them were a generation higher than the two of them, that was definitely impossible. It was not impossible for them to fall out on the spot. In fact, it was not only the Demon King who refused to admit it. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding also did not dare to admit it. Even if the Demon King admitted it, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding still did not dare to agree. Once they agreed, they would be of the same generation as the Tao ancestor and the Demon ancestor. They would even be half a generation above the three pure ones. Would you dare to agree? This was a huge issue that involved the seniority of all the experts in the primordial world. It was a huge matter. If one day they met the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, would Zhuo Chonglu dare to be thick-skinned and greet him as "Hello, elder brother"? If he really dared to do so, just the Jade Void's Guangchengzi and company would tear him apart alive. After thinking about it, the Demon King refused to comply. Zhuo Chonglu also did not dare to do so. Both of them had the same thoughts, so it was naturally easier to communicate. Zhuo Chonglu and the Demon King looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. Ahem, ha 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 ha. Ahem, 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 ahem. This. You go first. You go first. No, you go first. The Demon King refused to speak first, and his attitude was unusually firm. I'm a fucking generation lower than him now, why should I say anything first? Chapter 1394. Me first. Zhuo Chonglu couldn't help but think of his relationship with Lei Chongtian. He thought, how about I call you big brother, and you call me father? But no matter what, he didn't dare to say this out loud. If he said it out loud, the Demon King and Dong Huang would go crazy. This is the Demon Palace. He had to be steady. Zhuo Chonglu pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Duo once told me about an unofficial history book. A certain sect's junior brother was humorous and absurd by nature, and he had a childish temper. One day, he forced his martial nephew to become sworn brothers with him, and they had no choice but to agree. After that, the martial nephew said to his own martial nephew, Martial uncle is naive and unrestrained, and doesn't care about worldly seniority. It's common for people to be in disarray in the Jianghu, but because of fate, let's talk about our own. I think it's the same for the current situation, but because of fate. Let's talk about our own. Strictly speaking, Zhuo Zhonglu's words seemed to be reasonable. However, he really didn't have any confidence in them. But as he said before, the most important thing was the situation. If the other party was willing to compromise, then speaking without confidence was also a myth. The Demon King rubbed his palms and laughed, not bad, not bad. Good idea. Let's talk about our own, it's good. The Jianghu has always been in disarray, not caring about worldly seniority is the right thing to do. We are all people who have transcended the world, how can we be bound by it? Haha, good. Dong Huang stopped studying the wine cup and raised his head, it's good to talk about our own, but how exactly? The Demon King said straightforwardly, Xiao Duo and Little Nian are Yiqiong's second parents, of course they are of the same generation as us. This can't be messed up. Big brother is right. Dong Huang nodded, his face red, this is Yiqiong's fate, and also everyone's fate. We and the left minister. Cough cough cough, we have been friends for a long time, and we have heard of his name, so also. This. The Demon King stuttered as he spoke. Even if he was the emperor of a generation, he still couldn't speak smoothly. You and his son are of the same generation. Then, he would treat her father as an equal. Everyone's approval was one thing, but how they declared it was another. Dong Huang sighed in his heart when he saw his elder brother in a difficult position. However, his face immediately revealed a look of generosity as he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, we are all at the peak of our respective races. Of course, we are peers. What's there to hide, right? It had to be said that a veteran was indeed a veteran. His Majesty Dong Huang could play the role of a sovereign overlooking the world, he could also play the role of a commander-in-chief, he could also play the role of a benevolent elder, and he could also play the role of a strategist. Now, when he played this kind of second-rate character, he was astonishingly lifelike, and his acting was so good that it was almost bone-piercing. In short, all the embarrassing things were done by Dong Huang. Whatever Big Brother can't do, I'll do it. It's that simple. Demon Emperor Di Jun heaved a sigh of relief. He gave Dong Huang a look of approval and said, although second brother is usually like this, what you said now is really right. I think so too. Dong Huang lowered his head and rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, what can I say wrong? This is something you can't say out loud. Besides, what do you mean I'm usually like this? Am I the kind of person who is usually like this? Isn't it all because of you? If it wasn't for Big Sister, I wouldn't have bothered with you. However, I've accompanied you, Big Brother, to act for my whole life. Up until today, I've tried every role. My acting career, up until now, can be considered flat in every field. In every field, there's a Best Actor trophy. Isn't this what it means to say that life is like a drama, and drama is like life? Is it easy for me? With a brother like you, I'll be like this for the rest of my life. What can I do if I don't accept my fate? On the other side, Swa Changlu also clapped his hands and laughed. Great minds think alike. I think so too. For a moment, the three old men were all grinning from ear to ear, as if they had put down their worries. It's settled. Demon Emperor's brain also became flexible. He said, for Yacheong, it's not hard to distinguish. Right? Shiha and I are his parents. Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian are his parents. Second brother is naturally his uncle. As for brother Swa and sister-in-law. Cough cough. Brother. Brother Swa and sister-in-law. Demon Emperor paused. He wanted to say brother Swa and sister-in-law. However, when he thought about how he had just pulled her down from the position of an elder and then called her sister-in-law, it seemed that he had the intention to push his luck. It didn't make sense. He couldn't even get past him, let alone others. Therefore, he changed his words to sister-in-law at the last minute that he still wanted to continue. Cough cough cough. Yes, brother Swa and sister-in-law are naturally his grandparents. Let's talk about our own matters. The Jianghu is chaotic, and fate brings us together. That's right. There is no conflict at all. No conflict. Demon Emperor Dijuan waved his hands and used gestures to increase the persuasiveness of his words. He tried his best to explain. He is Yacheong and seventh brother here. He is Xiao over there. There is no problem. Yacheong is the seventh prince of the demon clan. Xiao is the successor of the astral souls. They are not the same thing. They can't be regarded as the same person. There is no problem with your words. Demon Emperor slapped his thigh. Swa Changlu and Dong Huang Tai looked serious. Yes, there is no problem. There is no conflict at all. Thinking about it carefully, this was not a big deal. As long as she deliberately wanted to avoid him, she could guarantee that he would never see her again in this lifetime after today's parting. Thinking about it further, in order to avoid awkwardness when meeting each other, it was to avoid a summit meeting between the demon race and the human race. I'm afraid that the friction between the demon race and the human race would be much smaller because of this. Even if there were incidents, they would be minimized to the greatest extent. Since the knot in their hearts had been resolved, the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress set up a banquet. Dong Huang accompanied everyone to drink, and there were exactly 8 people present. Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Huang, Tai Yi, Demon Empress Shi He, Zhua Changlu, Wu Yuding, Zhua Xiaoduo, Zhua Xiaonian, and Xiao. Brackets, 7th Prince Yacheong. The person in charge of turning around and pouring the tea and wine was no longer Zhua Xiaoduo. It was everyone's junior, Xiao's turn. Everyone mentioned his seniority, except for Xiao Xiao. When Xiao walked to Zhua Xiaoduo's side with the wine jug, he stammered a few times and did not know how to greet him for a moment. After all, he had now regained his memories, his rationality, and his brain. He was no longer that ignorant little 3-legged golden crow. Naturally, he knew that he could not call Zhua Xiaoduo mother anymore, but to suddenly call him father. It seemed too sudden and too deliberate. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you call me mother?" The dignified seventh prince's face turned red because of one sentence, and he almost covered his face and ran away. Demon Emperor Donghuang, Zhuo Changlu, and the others were stunned, but suddenly burst into laughter. The remaining awkwardness from before disappeared. Zhuo Changlu said gently, "When you grow up and become sensible, you should call him father instead. How can you call a man mother?" Xiao was relieved and hurriedly changed his words. Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed readily. He drank a cup of wine together with Zhuo Xiaonian, who was blushing after being called mother. He said emotionally, "It's not easy. It's really not easy to be a mother for so many years. Cough, the taste is wonderful. Let's discuss when we can make you a younger brother." A world of its own. Earth, fire, water, and wind. A world of its own. Donghuang and the Demon King's expressions changed. They turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo in shock. Especially the Demon King, who muttered, "I understand now. Once your father's world is formed, you'll be the only son in this world." Xiao nodded. "Yes." Donghuang and the Demon King's expressions turned serious. They both gasped at the same time. Although this world is far from being formed, it already has the Dragon of Providence and the Heavenly Providence. It already has everything it needs. It's just waiting for it to be perfected in the future. Xiao frowned and said. The Demon King and Donghuang grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand at the same time. "What else do you need? I'll give you everything." At this moment, the aura of the two emperors erupted like a volcano. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't understand. Even Zhuo Changlu and his wife didn't know what this meant. However, the Demon Emperor and Donghuang were extremely clear about this. What did the existence of such a world mean? What did it mean? This didn't just mean an infinitely large strategic base. It also meant that a god of creation was about to be born. That god of creation was even more awesome than Pangu Hongjun. He was an unbounded expert in the truest sense. Lack of spatial treasures, lack of astral soul's jade powder, lack of creation triangle. Lack of treasures, lack of earth veins, lack of dragon veins, lack of everything. It's just a prototype. Of course, it lacks everything. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't hold back at all. With such a rare opportunity in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't hold back. Donghuang and the Demon King were already discouraged when Zhuo Xiaoduo was only halfway through. It really is lacking in everything. You haven't even taken shape yet. Xiao hurriedly said, No, it's really taken shape. My father is used to acting pitiful. You'll know when you go in. Therefore, under Zhuo Xiaoduo's invitation, the three leaders of the demon clan all entered the Tower of Void Destruction. As soon as they entered, the three leaders were collectively stunned. Damn, is this the bleak space that lacks everything that you said? Is this what you meant by lacking so much? Isn't this the prototype already formed? Just like what Yiqiong said, they just need to continue to fill it up. They don't lack so much at all. It's really a habit of acting pitiful. After coming out of the Tower of Void Destruction, the Demon King and Donghuang's attitude was 10 times more enthusiastic than before. They held Zhuo Changlu's hand tightly and said, Brother Zhuo, you must stay for a few more days. We have a lot of things that we need to discuss together. Specific events, specific analysis, in-depth discussion. Xiaoduo, you can play here as much as you want. Whatever you need, no matter what it is, no matter how much you want, just tell me. I'll get you as much as I can. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. For the next period of time, Zhuo Xiaoduo and his family stayed in the Demon Emperor Palace. Xiao didn't want anyone to know that he was back, especially his brothers. The Demon King and Demon Empress didn't have any objections. Instead, they gave their full support. Especially, the Demon King and his family felt that Xiao was following Zhuo Xiaoduo to be the only sun god in a brand new world. Strictly speaking, it was really much better than his brothers. It was a real bright path with a bright future. This is the real eternal path, the path of immortality. This is the best path that the three-legged golden crows can get. It's a straight path. Yiqiong survived a near-death experience and turned misfortune into bliss. She actually got such a great opportunity, especially without any competition. But remember to control your temper. You can't be willful. Even if you really become the sun god of the new world, you have to maintain a close relationship with the heavenly way. I think we can start building sun god's palace that belongs to Yiqiong now. Later, I will go and discuss with the Fusang Divine Tree to see if we can split out a branch of the Fusang Divine Tree to accompany you to the new world. After all, Sun God's Palace and the Fusang Divine Tree will be the cornerstone for you to develop your future ambitions, and also the place where you can settle down. If there's an opportunity, you can enlighten the spiritual birds in the new world, such as the vermilion bird, the fire phoenix, and the flame swan. That world already has your aura. If it's rare for a golden crow to be born, you can only choose spiritual birds that also belong to the fire origin. You have to be careful to restrain your children. When you're exploring the new world, you have to climb to a high position at the beginning. Remember to build a good relationship with the sky dragon. More importantly, you have to listen to your father, Xiao Duo. If you're driven back by your father, you'll have no face at all. When the Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress talked in private, they often sighed with emotion. No wonder Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa bestowed the sword of Emperor Enviwa to Yiqiong. Look, if the new world is truly formed and Yiqiong's soul is still closely connected to the sword of Emperor Enviwa. The sword of Emperor Enviwa will definitely accompany her to the new world. Then, the divine punishment and tribulation thunders of the new world will be the power of the sword of Emperor Enviwa. Although the Wawang sword was ranked last among the top 10 immemorial mystical weapons in the past, at that time, it might be a divine weapon of the Great Tao. Her Majesty Empress Wa's foresight is really admirable. The two of them were full of praises. They didn't know that if Her Majesty Empress Wa knew about this, she would most likely be confused. At that time, she just wanted to protect Yiqiong from the tribulation and try to preserve the foundation of the demon clan so that they wouldn't be schemed to fall apart. How did it suddenly extend to the new world? During this time, the Zhuo family, who lived in the Demon Emperor Palace, were like fish in water. They lived a very comfortable life. Dong Huang acted personally. Not only did he collect interspatial equipment and Astral Soul's jade powder for Zhuo Xiaoduo, but he also tried his best to find some natural treasures and send them to Zhuo Xiaoduo's space-destroying tower as if they were free. The space-destroying tower's functions became more and more powerful, and the small world inside also expanded. When it reached a certain bottleneck, Dong Huang even personally brought Zhuo Xiaoduo to the Xuanwu Sage, the Vermilion Bird Sage, and the White Tiger Sage to ask for the fragments of the creation plate. With His Majesty Dong Huang's visit and the Green Dragon's help, the three sages didn't make things difficult for Zhuo Xiaoduo. They happily handed over the fragments of the creation plate to Zhuo Xiaoduo. The three sages only made one request, and it was basically the same, as if they had discussed it beforehand. If the catastrophe of the ancestral land reaches the end, I hope that some of the descendants can enter the new world and preserve their inherited bloodline and not be annihilated. This request was nothing to Zhuo Xiaoduo, and he agreed without hesitation. After the three corners of the creation plate were gathered, the internal space of the space-destroying tower expanded by more than 100 times. More importantly, it was more stable than before, a kind of stability that was much more stable. If the previous space-destroying tower could withstand the full power of many sage-to-be experts without collapsing, now, even if the sages were to fight each other, the space-destroying tower could still hold on for a long time. Zhuoxiao's cultivation also improved a lot, and Zhuoxiaonian, who had been with him all this time, also benefited a lot. With the resources of the demon clan, the effect of the two's improvement was naturally terrifying. As for the demon king Donghuang, the demon empress, and the others who had facilitated all this, they were very frank, or rather, candid. We have a purpose, and we are not doing this for free. A brand new world with a brand new heavenly way is not only the strategic depth of the human race, but also the strategic depth of all the races in the continent. If one day, the demon clan is finally defeated and cannot escape the calamity of decline, if the three of us are lucky enough not to die, we will not be entangled, nor will we force ourselves to hold on, nor will we self-destruct. We will only cross the starry sky and search for the eternal great Tao, and will never enter the new world. We hope that the new world and the space-destroying tower can open up a place for the demon clan, so that the bloodline of the demon clan will not be cut off. The day the demon clan is confirmed to be defeated, we will create the illusion that the entire demon clan is dead. And let some of the descendants of the demon clan enter the world of the space-destroying tower. This is the preparation we, as the masters of the demon clan, and also the last step we can do for the demon clan. So we are willing to offer these things, and we are afraid that you will not accept it. Indeed, in the future, there may be a life and death battle between you and me, but the inheritance of our bloodlines and the reproduction of our descendants are already safe. Zhuo Changlu completely understood and accepted such a statement. In this world, everyone's pursuit was different. The poor wanted to have enough to eat. The well-fed people wanted to be well-off. The well-off people wanted to be rich. The rich naturally wanted more. They wanted to enjoy themselves, and it was inevitable that they would think about that after being full and warm. Or they wanted power, and then they would reach the peak. However, there were still pursuits for reaching the peak of power, such as longevity, immortality, and so on. The martial artists wanted to become stronger, and the strong wanted to become even stronger. The peak above that was the pursuit of immortality and the great Tao. At the end of the day, it was just endless desire and endless pursuit. It was often said that a certain person's knowledge was shallow, or that he did not understand such a shallow principle. However, the so-called shallow knowledge was just that he had not reached that level yet. For example, the poor would never be able to imagine what the emperor was playing with, eating, and using. Apart from the fact that it was difficult for the emperor to imagine how tofu dregs were hard to swallow, he also could not imagine what the immortals who had transcended the mortal world were eating, playing, and using. The so-called immortals also found it hard to imagine why those strong people were so dismissive of the things they pursued. Why were the sages so powerful and boundless, but they turned a blind eye to the suffering of all living beings in the world and remained indifferent? Because every level had its own thoughts and pursuits. Only when one reached a certain position, a certain status, could one understand a little bit what people at that level were thinking, and what they were pursuing. Were the demon emperors and other top experts really thinking for their people? Were they really doing it for the common people? Perhaps they were, but it was definitely not their whole life. However, they needed their race to exist. As long as their race existed, the luck of their race would exist, and they would have roots. No matter where they fought in the starry sky, as long as the demon race's roots existed, they would have confidence, and there would be room to turn things around. If there was only one invincible expert left in a race, then what was the meaning of this expert's existence? Other than proving his own strength, there was nothing else. Because there was no one else who needed him to fight for himself. Eternal loneliness would collapse sooner or later, and he would be annihilated in the Star River. Because he no longer had his own kind, there was no more meaning to his existence. It was the same for all races. It was also because of this that the demon emperors and other sovereigns were willing to pay such a high price and let Zhuo Xiaoduo do whatever he wanted. As long as they could guarantee this, it was enough. Because the demon emperors had no confidence that they could survive this clear heavenly tribulation. In the end, his opponents would definitely be the 8 great Zhu Wu, Zhuo Changlu and his wife, the Heavenly Master Sage, 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 the Receiving Sage, the Demon Ancestor Luoho, and so on. Not to mention, there was also a rising star like Zhuo Xiaoduo. His fate and Tao were so dense that it made him tremble. Who could guarantee that they could survive and win in such a battle? Even the demon ancestor Luoho did not have such confidence. The clear heavenly tribulation this time involved so many races and heavens. Even if one was as strong as the Heavenly Master Sage, the Heavenly Master Sage, and the Heavenly Master Sage, he would still have to face the joint attack of the 2 sages of the West, the Demon Emperor Dong Huang, the Demon Empress, and the 8 great Zhu Wu. If he was not careful, he could still die. The prerequisite for achieving this goal was that one of the experts mentioned above had to be willing to risk his life and self-destruct. At the cost of his own life, he would be able to severely injure the saint. Then, killing the saint would no longer be out of reach. The consequences would be set in stone. Which one of these people was not a lunatic who would sacrifice himself for their own goals? Not to mention other things, the Heavenly Master Sage Xuanti was even willing to give up the position of Heavenly Master Sage. If victory was decided in one battle, would he dare to sacrifice himself? Would he sacrifice himself? Or perhaps, among the Demon Emperors Dong Huang and the Demon Empress, any one of them would resolutely take action in order to give the other 2 a chance to survive. As for the 8 Zhu Wu, they were a group of unreasonable lunatics. It was even possible for all 8 of them to sacrifice themselves together, and drag a group of experts of the same level down with them. How could they survive such a tragic battle? Even if Tao ancestor Hong Jun was present, he might not have much confidence. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo's backup plan, the space exterminating pagoda, was extremely important at this moment. It was indescribably precious. At the same time, Zhuo Xiaoduo's family was broadening their horizons almost every day. Whether it was Zhuo Changlu and his wife, or Zhuo Xiaoduo and his wife. Demon Emperors Dong Huang and the Demon Empress were both experienced and knowledgeable. They casually spoke of ancient grievances, and their words were profound. They sorted out the relationships between them, and strange stories emerged one after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo only realized at the end that the relationship between those peak powerhouses was really complicated to the extreme. It was even more complicated than the relationship between his family. Between any one of them, there were countless grievances and grudges intertwined, and endless karma twisted and turned. They could cooperate at any time, but they could also turn against each other at any time. One second, they could fight side by side, and the next second, they could turn against each other. You're my benefactor. Am I not of any help to you? But you also have a grudge against me. For example, you robbed me of this and that a few centuries ago. Like you killed my wife millions of years ago. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, you killed my disciple. Innumerable bullshit matters like this were interspersed among the ancient experts. After all, there were only so many of them in the long river of history. You robbed me of my inheritance. You took over my clan. You bewitched my successor. There were too many conflicts and entanglements. For example, the ancient celestial clan, the dragon clan, the phoenix clan, and the Qilin clan. Later on, there was the dragon clan among the demon clan, the dragon clan among the demon clan, and the dragon clan among the spirit clan. There were also the phoenix clan and the Chilan clan. No one dared to say that they were orthodox. If they insisted, they would only be ridiculed. After listening to the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Donghuang's narration of many ancient events, Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more confused about the karma and grievances between the various clans. Actually, it was no wonder. After all, even the Demon Emperor, Ancestor Dragon, and Primordial Phoenix could not really understand and see through it. In any case, there was nothing wrong with fighting and killing when they met. It was also natural for them to drink tea and chat when they met. As for who was right and who was wrong, according to the Demon Emperor, it was, fuck. Who cared about such a small matter as right and wrong now? Karma and grievances were not isolated. Due to fate, they came into being. After listening to the Demon Emperor and the other two big shots of the Demon Clan, Zhuo Xiaoduo was inexplicably shocked. The relationships between the ancient experts were really too messy. They were clearly friends, but they were also opponents. They were clearly confidants, but they could fight to the death. They were clearly irreconcilable, but they could still cooperate. You've dealt a huge blow to my innocent and young heart. I can say that the mighty figures of the primordial times are too good at playing. I was born upright and plain-spoken. I abhor evil. I don't rub sand in my eyes. Enmity is enmity. Kindness is kindness. Black is black. White is white. I am so open and aboveboard. It would be abnormal if his head did not hurt after listening to such a complicated relationship. However, these stories were quite interesting. Even though he despised them in his heart, it did not stop Zhuo Xiaoduo from listening with relish. At the same time, he also absorbed the essence of the wonderful story. Those in power could not be black-hearted, but they had to understand what black-hearted was. Otherwise, how could they fight against black-hearted? Yes, that was Zhuo Xiaoduo's way of doing things. It had always been like that. Well, big brother, what about the past of Chan School and Jie School? Can you tell me about it? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo was very familiar with calling the Demon Emperor as Big Brother. He could do it as soon as he opened his mouth. There was no longer any awkwardness. The so-called awkwardness and entanglement had long disappeared. Your son is my son. Of course, we are brothers. The only difference is that you are the father and I am the father. There is nothing wrong with this slight difference. It is like the imperial messenger patrolling heaven is my biological father. The Flood Witch. Yes, now I should say that the Flood Zhu Wu is my godfather. That is the reason. Furthermore, I am a loving father and you are my father. There is nothing wrong with that. You are not cuckolded and neither am I. That is the main point. The rest are not worth mentioning. However, the enmity between Chan School and Jie School was the biggest puzzle in Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind. The investiture of God's tribulation between Chan School and Jie School is another tribulation after the tribulation of witchcraft and demon. However, between the two schools, it is just a battle of ideas. When the Demon King talked about another tribulation, he could not help but sigh heavily. Then, he spoke slowly. Of course, what he said was from his own point of view. Naturally, it was mixed with a lot of his own understanding. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew the principles behind it. The Demon King also knew it himself. However, this kind of peerless almighties often had their own unique way of looking at problems. With the Demon King's narration, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally understood a lot. The legendary investiture of God's tribulation involved the four dimensions of heaven and earth. The four sects of the West and the heavenly court all participated in the investiture of God's tribulation. It was known as the biggest tribulation since the creation of heaven and earth. The starting point of this tribulation was launched by the Tao ancestor. The original intention was to eliminate the burden of heaven and earth accumulated after the tribulation of witchcraft and demon with relatively small losses and weaken the Jia school. Unexpectedly, the tribulation was launched and could not be stopped. It became more and more intense. In the end, it evolved into the four sects fighting to the death. In the end, the Jia school, which was known as the number one sect, was almost completely destroyed. The two battles of the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation and the 10,000 Immortals Formation caused serious damage to the untainted land. After the final battle, the Chan school did not win, the Ren school did not win, and the Jia school did not win either. The Western sect seemed to have benefited and even formed the karma of the journey to the West. However, did they really win? They did not. Then, who won? Did the heavenly court win? The heavenly court did not win either. At most, it could only be considered a small advantage. At the end of the day, the investiture of God's tribulation that was planned by the Tao ancestor was to eliminate the killing intent of heaven and earth. The secondary purpose was to support the heavenly court to become the master of the three realms. However, under the intentional or unintentional push of several sages, the atmosphere completely changed. After a series of battles, although many insignificant characters had died, the people were also in a real sense. However, not many of the true experts of the various sects had died. Even the Jia school, which was said to have suffered heavy losses and was almost destroyed, had several eldest disciples who had become the backbone of the Western sect due to fate. Although the Grand Master of Heaven had been sealed, the disciples of the Jia school had used their own efforts to obtain immeasurable merit through the saint scheme and the opportunity of the Western sect's prosperity to preach to the world. They had used 1,000,000 years to wash away the karma on the Grand Master of Heaven. The so-called God's investiture catastrophe. In the final analysis, you feel wronged and I 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 feel, in the end, it formed a dead knot. I don't know how many years have passed. Until now, there is still only one. The demon emperor pursed his lips and said, "Grudges." Later on, several disciples of the Chan school and Jia school were in the Western sect. On one hand, they worked together to obtain merit and wash away karma. On the other hand, they did not like each other and fought openly and secretly. They did everything they could. Until now, the Jia school has been re-established. A large number of disciples of the Jia school have returned. The conflicts and grudges have been directly exposed. Coincidentally, the heavenly tribulation has arrived. Everyone can let go and take revenge. In the end, it's still a mess. That's all. That's all. Then I understand a little. So as Xiaoduo said, then, what I want to ask is, can the disciples of the Jia school be considered demons? This time, the demon emperor did not hesitate and said, no. Ha! The so-called demon race has to have a racial inheritance. As for the disciples of the Jia school, they are said to be people who wear fur and wear horns, but in fact, most of them are enlightened by the Grand Master of Heaven, and they cultivate the cultivation methods of the Jia school. In essence, they are fundamentally different from the existence of the demon race. Most of the demon cultivators have inner core and essence core. However, the disciples of the Jia school are the same as human cultivators. They use Qi refinement as their foundation and essence as their foundation to refine their essence souls. That is already a decisive difference. Of course, it's difficult for the upper echelons of the various factions to know the key. Many junior disciples of the Jia school find it difficult to distinguish the boundaries. However, the upper echelons of the Jia school and the upper echelons of the demon race understand that the two can no longer be mixed. The demon emperor sighed and said, "If we can really converge. Why would the demons be willing to retreat and give up the heavenly courts and the position of the ruler of the continent?" Sua Xiaoduo did not understand and felt confused. The demon emperor seemed to mean a little contradictory. For example, there were two turtles. One was a demon, and the other said, "I'm not a demon. I'm an immortal of the Jia school." This motherfucker. Think about it, how unreasonable is this? How can it be understood? However, reality was like this. The Grand Master of Heaven is really awesome. Sua Xiaoduo could not help but admire him. Of course, the Grand Master of Heaven is awesome. The Demon Emperor was already used to Sua Xiaoduo's way of speaking and was unconsciously affected. When the two of them were together, they chatted about the past and the present. After they finished talking, they naturally had to summarize the main topic. How's your world? Thanks to the gathering of the other triangles of the creation disk, it should already be as big as the demon continent and the Wu people's continent combined. Sua Xiaoduo said. It's actually that big. It's enough. It's not enough. Or rather, it's not the limit. Sua Xiaoduo said, it's probably because my cultivation level is still shallow and limited the development of space. Also, although the creation disk has been gathered by the triangles, it's still not complete. It can't reach its greatest effect. That's also one of the reasons. At the mention of that, the Demon Emperor smiled bitterly and was speechless for a while. He really didn't dare to make any promises on this matter. The creation disk is not complete. Of course it's not complete. It's definitely not complete. Sua Xiaoduo had already obtained most of the fragments of the creation disk. However, the last part of the creation disk was the creation jade disk that had landed in the hands of the Dao ancestor. Back then, the Dao ancestor had used the creation jade disk to fuse with the heavenly Dao and evolve the 3000 great Dao. That was how the current world was formed. Sua Xiaoduo, you actually want to snatch that too? I don't know if I should say that he's too ambitious or that he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Snatching something from the Dao ancestor was a big move that Demon Emperor Jun had never thought of. I can't help you with that. I understand. I can understand that you can't help me get the creation jade disk. I completely understand. However, I hope that you can help me get something else. It's just a piece of cake for Big Brother. Sua Xiaoduo smiled slyly. However, his words were extremely casual, as if he was talking about a small Xiao. What is it? Your 10th prince has a gourd. Sua Xiaoduo revealed his true intentions. He bared his fangs and opened his bloody mouth. Chapter 1396. Sua Xiaoduo's memory of the 10th prince's gourd was still fresh in his mind, and he still had lingering fears about it. That gourd was also Bai Anjiu's brother, and there was a tiny person inside. The tiny person's eyes lit up, and he almost twisted his own head off. This is such a good item. Since I have the chance, How can I not take it and let it wander outside? Yes, I'm not doing this for my own selfish desires. I'm doing this for the old gourd vine's earnest request. Now that the Grand Supreme Elder's purple gold gourd and Sect Master Tungtian's purple green gourd had returned one after another, the yellow-skinned gourd that had fallen into the hands of the demons was no exception. Yoan's gourd. Immortal slaying flying blade. The demon emperor pondered for a moment and said, "You have to take it yourself. It doesn't make sense for me to force you to take the secret treasure that I've already given you. I can only guarantee that if you take it with your own strength, it's your ability, and I won't pursue the matter. However, if you can't take it, it means that you're not fated with the treasure, and it's not something that can be forcefully resisted by humans." That's good. Big Brother is generous. As a brother, I'm grateful. Sua Xiao Duo was full of confidence, as if the yellow gourd was already in his hands. The next day. 10th Prince. I heard that you're invincible in one-on-one combat. Do you dare to fight with me? Under the gaze of hundreds of demon gods, several demon crown princes, the demon emperor, the demon empress, and Sua Changlu. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of demon soldiers. On the military field outside the demon emperor palace, Sua Xiao Duo stood on a high platform, and his voice was as loud as a bell. "Ha, I guess you don't dare. You're a coward who's been known for scheming against others since ancient times." The 10th Prince, Yuan, was instantly enraged upon hearing that. "Sua Xiao Duo, who do you think I don't dare? Do you dare to say another word? I said you don't dare. I said you don't dare, you coward. Don't say one word, I'll say 100 or 1,000 times, you coward. I don't dare." The 10th Prince was so angry that he laughed. "You think too highly of yourself. Ha ha ha. You dare. You really dare. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Hee hee, but as an elder, how can I have the nerve to fight with a junior like you?" "It's an unfair victory," Sua Xiao Duo said proudly. "You." The 10th Crown Prince was so angry that his stomach almost burst. "You fucking challenged me in front of so many people, insulted me, and made it clear that you wanted to fight me. In the end, I accepted the challenge, but you actually avoided it. Are you kidding me? You even keep saying that you're an elder and a junior, and that it's an unfair victory. How do you have the face to say that? Can you be more humane? I don't know why my father is so blind. Even if this brat is lucky enough to become the Taisheng sage's representative in this calamity, he doesn't have to call this brat brother. He's really old and muddle-headed." The 10th Prince was infuriated. He leaped into the air and shouted, "Sua Xiao Duo, come and fight me. Come and fight me to the death. Let me see how you won without honor, and see who is the laughingstock here. Young people are so impulsive." Sua Xiao Duo sighed with his hands behind his back. "You want to fight to the death so easily. You've lived for so many years, but your temperament is still so unstable. Can't I, as an elder, give you some advice?" Everyone who heard him was at a loss. "You've already insulted him to the point of his soul exploding, and you still have the nerve to say that his temperament is unstable. How old are you? How can you talk about teaching him a lesson every time you open your mouth? Sua Xiao Duo, come up." "I'm not going up." Sua Xiao Duo said reservedly, "I've never fought a meaningless battle." "You plan to use the wager to fight? That doesn't make sense." Sua Xiao Duo frowned. "How is that not reasonable?" The 10th Crown Prince said righteously. "My immortal slaying flying dagger is my natal Dharma treasure. I have refined it with my natal True Yuan since I was young. It has never been established. Are you going to sever my immortal slaying flying dagger and me because of a wager? That's ridiculous." Duo frowned, seemingly unable to make up his mind. The 10th Crown Prince snorted. There was joy in his eyes. After the battle 2 days ago, he had already sent people to investigate Duo. This Duo had the nickname of Iron Fist Young Master in the human clan of the Astral Souls. However, the weapon that he really used to kill the enemy was a hammer. Then there were swords and hidden weapons that although this guy seemed to have a lot of scattered items, he rarely had any Dharma treasures. Even if he did have one, such as the purple gold gourd from the Grand Supreme Sage, it must have been obtained recently. How could it be comparable to his immortal slaying flying dagger? He could not help but shout, Duo, you don't dare. Duo could not help but be stunned. He pointed at his own nose and said, What did you say? I don't dare. Just say that you dare to fight or not. The 10th Crown Prince laughed. Okay. Since you use your immortal slaying flying dagger, then let's fight with Dharma treasures. Duo grabbed the purple gold gourd and said, You use your immortal slaying flying dagger gourd. I also want to use my gourd. The 10th Crown Prince sneered and said, Okay. Duo leaped up and arrived above the 10th Crown Prince in the blink of an eye. He opened the mouth of his gourd and shouted, 10th Crown Prince, I won't bully you. I'll call you. Do you dare to answer? Call me. How many times have you called me? I haven't lost a single piece of flesh. The 10th Crown Prince sneered in his heart. Why wouldn't I dare? 10th Crown Prince. I'm here. Whoosh! The 10th Crown Prince, Yuan, disappeared into the purple gold gourd. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. What? What the fuck was this? How did the 10th Crown Prince get sucked into the gourd after calling his name? There was no lack of knowledgeable people present. They had naturally seen many Dharma treasures that sucked and trapped people. However, these Dharma treasures usually required great power to activate the Dharma treasure. Then, the Dharma treasure would generate a hurricane of air to wrap around the target and forcefully pull in the opposite direction. Only then would the Dharma treasure be completely absorbed. Why was Duo so straightforward? What about the absorption process? They didn't seem to see it. Isn't this too strange? Duo chuckled and placed the purple gold gourd on the high platform. He said, No need to be shocked. I've already sucked the 10th Crown Prince into this gourd. As his elder, I'll give him an extra advantage. As long as the 10th Crown Prince comes out on his own within 4 hours, he'll still be considered the winner. Everyone thought about it. This was really a good deal. Although the 10th Crown Prince was sucked into the gourd, his Dharma powers were not restricted. Moreover, he had the immortal slaying flying dagger in his hand. He might be able to fight back. Therefore, everyone focused on the gourd on the high platform and observed the subsequent changes with rapt attention that they wanted to see if the 10th Crown Prince could come out. As far as the eye could see, the gourd was shaking slightly. It was as if the 10th Crown Prince was fighting inside and struggling with all his might. In a moment, the gourd emitted a purple gold light that was extremely beautiful. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen without blinking. In the gourd, the 10th Crown Prince held a long spear and charged left and right, probing in all directions. However, he seemed to be in the void and chaos. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fly out. Moreover, no matter where he rushed, there was a ball of fire that burned fiercely. The Crown Prince was born with the Golden Crow's sacred body. He was not afraid of fire and could even use all kinds of fire for his own use. However, the purple gold gourd contained the Grand Pure One's true Samadhi fire. How could it be so easy to endure? Duo had no intention of harming his life. He had instructed the purple gold gourd to deal with it appropriately and not use the power of the true Samadhi fire. Otherwise, the 10th Crown Prince would have turned into ashes. The 10th Crown Prince refused to give up and continued to fight everywhere, hoping to be lucky. Suddenly, two rays of light, one white and one black, appeared quietly. They were Bai Bai and Joe. With a cry, the two of them each held a pair of sledgehammers and fought with the 10th Crown Prince in the gourd. After a while, another child in purple came out. He imitated Bai Bai and Joe and also held a pair of sledgehammers and joined the battle. The more the 10th Crown Prince fought, the more strenuous it became. In his fury, he took out the immortal slaying flying blade. He did not expect that the natal Dharma treasure that he claimed to have cultivated with his life would not open no matter how he summoned it. If the gourd did not open, the immortal slaying flying blade inside naturally could not come out. The 10th Crown Prince felt his heart swell. My natal Dharma treasure is actually disobedient now. In this case, how is the gourd different from trash? What use do I have for you? Chapter 1397. Well, it was not completely useless. It even had a new function, chatting. A child in yellow clothes came out and sat on the gourd to watch him fight. Then, he chatted with the other 3 gourd children intimately. "Ah, you're all here. I thought I saw wrongly last time. What would you do if we didn't come? I don't know what to do. Anyway, I'm just a gourd. Is this little 8 and little 9? There's a new one. TSK. They're not bad looking. I actually have a younger sister. It's Bai Bai and Joe. They're drinking wine. Not bad. Look at their potential. Both of them are stronger than us." Nonsense. We've all been refined and turned into magic treasures. Our potential is limitless. The 2 of them are raised as sons and daughters by someone with great providence. How can they be the same? I'm so envious. I want to be raised as a son too. Why don't I have such luck? Who wouldn't be envious? What about you? Where did you end up? Speaking of my fate, I'm still considered passable. I followed the Grand Pure Sage. Sigh, at first, I could still participate in battles and come out to play occasionally. Later on, I was completely used as a storage unit. This old man has many magic treasures. Usually, he only uses me as a storage unit. In these hundreds of yuan hui, I've only appeared once and stayed in the human world for more than 10 years. I can't bear to look back on the past. Sigh. I was only thrown out recently. I'm living happily with little 8 and little 9. You've reunited. So, you're being raised as a son by someone with great providence. Not really. They're blood-related. At most, I'm a godson. How can a godson compare to a biological son or daughter? The yellow gourd showed sincere envy. Even if he's a godson, he's still a son. I'm so envious that you're reunited and raised as sons. Boo-hoo. I really want to be a son. A godson is fine too. It doesn't matter if I'm a son or a godson. Anyway, I'm living a good life now. You don't know, little 8 and little 9 still have the supplies their mother left for them. It's as boundless as the ocean. They can swim as much as they want in it. I've swum in there a few times. It's so comfortable. I want to swim too. TSK, your master treats you like a treasure. How could he allow you to go? It's not up to him. Do you think I don't know what happened just now? After a while I, as the master, will accept my loss and will no longer be my master. I will soon be able to become a son. That makes sense. By the way, you're just my godson in the past. Don't even think about climbing over my head. Understood, understood. We are all God's son. You should tell me quickly. What is Mother's Sea of Vitality like? Wait, how is our mother now? You'll know soon enough. I'm looking forward to it. Let's hurry up and finish it. 3 gourds were fighting, and one was chatting. The 10th Crown Prince was so angry that his eyes were about to crack and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. There was actually such a thing in the world. The magical equipment that he had cultivated with his life for who knows how many years was actually not listening to his command. He obviously didn't know the crux of the matter, and the current situation was normal. The immortal slaying flying dagger hidden in the yellow-skinned gourd was one of the few killing weapons in the primordial age. Only supreme-grade connate numinous treasures could withstand it, and even harder to shield its killing aura. On the other hand, if the yellow-skinned gourd didn't release the immortal slaying flying dagger, the dagger could only stare helplessly. Apart from being a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure, the yellow-skinned gourd was also a connate life form. It naturally had its own consciousness. How could it not know that releasing the immortal slaying flying dagger would deal with his own brother? Whether his brother was afraid of the immortal slaying flying dagger was one matter, but whether he released it or not was another matter. Anyway, he also hoped that his side would quickly lose and he would be defeated so that he could reunite with his 3 brothers and sisters. Not listening to his command and having no moral integrity was the most important thing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A spear appeared out of thin air, emitting black smoke as it rushed over. As soon as it met, it drilled a hole in the 10th Prince's long spear. Following that, it pierced through the 10th Prince's thigh. Immediately, blood flowed out, but it was immediately engulfed in flames. Seeing this, the 10th Prince was scared out of his wits. God-slaying spear. It was actually the God-slaying spear. My God, why did the God-slaying spear appear here? I admit defeat. I admit defeat. You can't admit defeat. It hasn't been 4 hours yet. It's still early. Continue, continue. Today, we, the Calabash brothers, will join forces to fight the Demon Crown Prince. How can we not write a beautiful story? Then, another Calabash popped out. Looking carefully, this Calabash who joined last was in a phantom state. It said excitedly, "Let's go together. How can I be left out?" But the phantom opened its small mouth, and 2 Cheelans suddenly appeared. They brazenly entered the battle and surrounded the 10th Prince. Then, the number of people in the chat group became 5. 5 Calabashes gathered to chat. It was the spirit clone of the Grand Master of Heaven's Calabash. He sensed it and rushed over to join in the fun. For a moment, the Calabash and the Calabash had a meeting, and it was very lively. The 10th Crown Prince was increasingly at a disadvantage. He was unable to parry or retaliate. But the 10th Prince's Calabash still clapped his hands and shouted from time to time, "Come on, come on." But the target of his cheering was not the 10th Prince, but the enemy of the 10th Prince. This battle could be considered as a new beginning, and it was full of fun. Any expert from the ancient times would shed tears of sympathy if they saw such a situation. With 4 Calabashes and the God-slaying spear working together, even the Demon Crown Prince might not be able to win. Not to mention the Demon Crown Prince, who was betrayed by his own magic treasure. The 10th Prince felt like he was being beaten every minute and every second. He could not help but cry out miserably, "What's the time limit? Say something." 4 hours, I said. How long has it been? It's almost over, right? It's not even an hour now. Take your time. The 10th Prince growled in despair. He felt his vision turn black. In other words, he still had to endure 3 hours of crazy ravaging before he could be released. What the fuck is this? The 10th prince held his head with one hand and covered his crotch with the other. He shouted in grief and indignation, "Can you stop using the god-slaying spear? I won't resist anymore." Then, he squatted on the ground. "Yen Shirsi, go back. We don't need you here." Bai gave the order. Yen Shirsi flew away unwillingly. The situation was better than him. The calabashes were having a meeting, so he had no say in it. Next, punches, kicks, and hammers landed on the 10th prince's body continuously. It was an unprecedented crazy beating that would make anyone who heard it cry that it was purely a one-sided beating. The 10th prince was like a rubber ball that was being beaten and kicked around. In less than 2 hours, his body was swollen twice. But why would the calabashes care about this? They felt that it was very satisfying to chat and fight at the same time. So, they continued to beat and talk at the same time. They were already used to it. They giggled. How fun. Outside. Demon Empress Shihi frowned. Can Yuan come out by herself? Demon Crown Prince pursed his lips. You're thinking too much. There are at least 3 calabashes inside. Do you think he can come out after beating him up? This is a supreme grade treasure that the Grand Pure One has nurtured for his entire life. Not to mention him, even we would have to put in a lot of effort to get out if we accidentally fall into it. Then isn't he going to lose for sure? When he flew into a rage, he had already lost. You have to thank Brother Little Duo for not wanting to take his life. If he had the slightest bit of evil intentions, dying 100 times over wouldn't be a big deal. Demon Crown Prince sighed. Demon Empress rolled her eyes. This brat plotted to steal my son's treasure, and I actually have to thank him for showing mercy. She sighed as she thought about it. The Grand Pure One and the Grand Pure One had already handed over their calabashes. Her son was nothing. Finally, 4 hours passed. Under everyone's gaze, the purple gold calabash suddenly shook violently. With a soft thud, the 10th prince seemed to have appeared out of thin air and landed on the ground. However, everyone's eyes trembled violently. The 10th prince who came out was like a rubber ball. His entire body seemed to be swollen several times. He rolled freely on the ground and didn't stop for a long time. Demon Empress widened her eyes as she looked at the rolling ball. That's my son. My son has been beaten to this state. So round. Who beat him up? Isn't this too ruthless? Without waiting for the Demon Empress to pursue the matter, and before she could step forward to protect AI, was Xiao Duo, who was standing outside the gourd and waiting for the result, flung out a beam of light almost immediately. The Grand Sun True Fire immediately poured down on the 10th prince's body. To the Golden Crow, this thing was the best healing panacea, an eternal natal divine medicine. After a while, I prayed that you, Tao Monarch Luya, would be healthy and have a long lifespan. I prayed that you wouldn't meet a strong enemy and die in the hands of others. I prayed that you would have a smooth journey and that you would live until I leave Chelan Cliff. These words were full of praises for the good and kind. But in everyone's ears, there was not a single person who didn't shudder. Including the Demon Emperor Dong Huang and the Demon Empress, their expressions changed drastically. Every word seemed to be praising and praying for kindness. However, the hatred in every word was so deep that it made one's heart bleed. It was a ghastly sight. It was a bone-deep hatred that could not be extinguished for generations. The 10th Crown Prince said softly, "Fairy Yun Xiao, why do you have to be like this? The past is over." Yun Xiao smiled coldly and said coldly, "The past is over. I know that you really want the past to be over. However, it's all thanks to you that I can survive at the bottom of Chelan Cliff for so many years. If not for the fact that you're still in this world, my Tao heart would have shattered long ago. I would have collapsed and died. If not for the fact that you're still in this world, I would have died under Ronding's Tao heart attack. Just because you're still alive, I can't die no matter what. Just because you're still in this world, even if the saints and Tao ancestors are gathered, I won't die without a fight. Luya. Yun Shao suddenly roared into the sky. The wind and clouds surged and the world changed. Do you still remember Zhao Gongming? Do you still remember my two sisters? Luya. You're weaker than others. When you scheme to harm others, did you ever think that you're the son of the Demon Emperor? Donghuang's nephew. Are you worthy of your identity? Are you worthy of the title of Demon Crown Prince? The past is over. With all the karma in front of you, how can the past be over? Yun Zhao's aura was like a rainbow. Her eyes slowly turned blood red. Her previous otherworldly immortal beauty was no longer there. She was filled with a murderous aura. The reason was because of Luya. Now, Yun Shao had just escaped from the Chelan Cliff after being suppressed for tens of millions of years. On the other hand, the 10th prince, who had changed his name to Luya, was still carefree for so many years. Today, when the enemy met, their eyes were exceptionally red. Even if she was crushed, even if the entire demon race had to protect the 10th prince, Yun Shao would fight head-on. She would not rest until she was dead. She has sighed and said, Yun Shao, I understand your thoughts very well. I also understand that this is your obsession. Your elder brother and two younger sisters died directly or indirectly in Yuan's hands. It's understandable that you want to take revenge. It's only right. She has said indifferently, I'll allow you to fight Yuan in 4 hours. However, I have to say something first. Shiha's gaze was cold as she said indifferently, you have to take revenge for your elder brother's death. If my son dies, I have to take revenge too. We've long understood right and wrong. There's no need to say more. However, as parents, we can't accept the tragic death of our beloved son. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. Shiha sighed. Yun Shao, you have to understand. Yuan was definitely not Yun Zhao's match. Once they fought, it would be a dead end. The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were well aware of that. What happened back then was indeed Yuan's fault. As the rulers of the demon race, we can't confuse right and wrong. That's why we discussed compensation with senior brother Tong Tian many times. We didn't want the two families to hurt the harmony. If you insist on killing us, we'll let you kill us. After all, we were in the wrong first. It's only right to repay karma with our lives. However, once Yuan dies, karma will evolve into the grudge between you and us, Yun Shao. In other words, it's the grudge between Jia School and us demons. We can't let go of your elder brother's revenge, but we definitely can't let go of my son's revenge. Shiha sighed. Yun Shao, I'm not trying to scare you. You know that. I'm just stating the truth. We don't want to go to that step. We really don't want to. I also understand your plan. You want to kill yourself immediately after killing Yuan to end the karma. However, Jia School has just returned, and you, Yun Shao, as the first disciple of the outer sect, died in our demon race. It's obvious at a glance that what happens in the future is uncontrollable. She has said earnestly, I also want to plead for my son, but Yun Shao, you have to consider it. After all, although your second sister, third sister, and elder brother's physical bodies are dead, their essence souls are officials in the heavenly court. As long as they're willing, they can still see each other every day. However, if you and Yuan die in this battle, you'll be completely annihilated. This point is different. That's all. Yun Xiao, your uncle Master Demon Emperor, and I won't object to your decision. Shiha looked at Yun Xiao and sighed. Fairy Yun Xiao's gaze was cold and unchanged. Just as she was about to speak, Sui Xiao Duo suddenly jumped out and said loudly, Sister Yun Xiao, I have something to say to you in private. Chapter 1399. Yun Zhao's intention to kill Zhao Gongming was extremely firm. She did not hate others. Even if Zhao Gongming and the two girls had died in Guangqingzi's hands, Yun Xiao did not hate him so much. At that time, the god role was already halfway through. It had nothing to do with you, Luya. Yet, you suddenly appeared at that time. What does it have to do with you? What does the matters of Chan school have to do with you? Who do you have an old relationship with? Who are you friends with? Are you friends? No one can touch you in any aspect. In the end, you suddenly appeared and plotted against my brother for the sake of a sense of existence. Even if you kill him head-on, I won't have any complaints. However, you can't defeat him head-on, so you actually used a scheme. Yun Xiao had too much hatred in her heart. Although the Demon Empress had already explained all the consequences clearly, Yun Xiao understood very well. However, she would never give up. Sui Xiao Duo leaped up and arrived beside Yun Xiao. He set up a soundproof barrier. Sister Yun Xiao, does the sect master know that you're here today? Master doesn't know. Then you came in the wrong place today. Yes. It's only right to take revenge. Sui Xiao Duo said patiently, however, isn't it too risky to charge into the Demon Emperor Palace with such fanfare? The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress understand right and wrong. That's why they allowed you to take revenge. What if they don't? If they attack together, how many lives do you have to fill this place? Not to mention, you killed the 10th prince first. It's equivalent to giving others a handle. Wouldn't that be even more uncontrollable? When can't we take revenge? Do we have to kill our way to their headquarters to report? Sui Xiao Duo did not understand. He felt that Fairy Yun Xiao, who was extremely beautiful, was more or less a little silly. Just like that, he charged over alone. If I don't do that, it'll be difficult to vent my anger. Sui Xiao Duo was speechless. It was very difficult for him to understand the thoughts of these ancient people. To Yun Xiao, killing Luya in public was the best way to vent his anger and make his thoughts clear. As long as he achieved that goal, it would be worth it even if he died here. However, in the eyes of Sui Xiao Duo, this method was extremely stupid. Why couldn't they kill him? Just go out and find a random corner to kill him. As long as your hands and feet are clean, who would know that you did it? Did they have to make it so grand? Sister Yun Xiao, I'll give you a suggestion. Please accept it on account that I still have some feelings for your Jia school. Normal channels don't work. Sui Xiao Duo had to find another way. He had no choice but to force her to repay his kindness. This was because if the current situation continued to develop, the 10th Prince Yuan would definitely die. Yun Xiao would also die after killing the 10th prince. Sui Xiao Duo did not care whether Yuan died or not. But if Cloud Sky died here, this matter would be huge. It would definitely lead to an all-out war between the demons and Jia school. That was for sure. Back then, Zhao Gongming's death had caused an irreversible situation. Yun Zhao's position in Jia school was more important than Zhao Gongming's. Moreover, Jia school had just returned. Yun Xiao was someone they could not afford to lose. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and said, "Tell me. Beat Yuan up here. Even if you cripple his cultivation, it's fine. But don't really kill him. Sua Xiaoduo said, let's talk about the future in the future. Now, let's vent our anger first. Sister Yun Xiao, what do you think? Sua Xiaoduo tried his best to persuade her. This. Yun Xiao frowned. Clearly, she was not very interested in such a suggestion. She was also not very willing. This guy has done so many things. If you kill him so easily, wouldn't it be letting him off easy? Sua Xiaoduo said bewitchingly, let's cripple him first and slowly deal with him in the future. Every time we deal with him, we'll vent our anger. How good is that? Yun Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. That makes sense. Then let's do that. Yes. Sua Xiaoduo finally heaved a sigh of relief. Encountering such a stubborn girl, it was really not easy to convince her. Yun Zhao's personality was comparable to that of Sua Xiaoyan's. It was very difficult to change the fact that she had made a decision. Sua Xiaoduo was forcing her to repay him for his kindness and persuading her with reason and emotion that he finally persuaded her. Besides, your brother and sister are in the heavenly courts. Although they are on the investiture of the gods and can't roam around the world like before and their freedom is limited, they are not completely dead. You can still see them at any time. Sua Xiaoduo persuaded, besides, they were just itinerant cultivators in the past. What merit did they have? But now, who in the world doesn't know them? Who doesn't worship them? Yun Zhao's eyes were filled with thoughts. Although Sua Xiaoduo's words were somewhat out of context for Yun Xiao, it was not without reason. Yun Xiao was a reasonable person after all. She thought for a moment. She sighed and said, after today, I'll make a trip to the heavenly courts. That heavenly courts doesn't seem to have shown up until now. We'll find them eventually. Yun Xiao said quietly. He finally coaxed her. How tiring. It's more tiring than coaxing Nian Nian Cat. Sua Xiaoduo wiped his sweat. 4 hours later. In the sky above the Demon Emperor Palace. A crushing battle had unfolded. Yun Xiao held down the 10th prince, Yuan, and beat him until his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. In the end, she punched through the 10th prince's dantian, broke his sea of qi, and shattered his demon core. She even smashed her palm on his head and destroyed his sea of consciousness. Demon Empress Shihi trembled all over and gritted her teeth. Her face flushed red and then turned pale. She wanted to soar up and fight several times, but seeing that Yun Xiao did not have the intention to kill, she could only endure it. In the end, the 10th Crown Prince was beaten until he was like a pile of mud. He fell unconscious on the high platform. Yun Xiao also floated down. Martial nephew, you crippled Yuan, destroyed her cultivation, and destroyed her foundation. Yun Xiao stood in front of the Demon Emperor and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I'll let martial uncle deal with me. The Demon Emperor hesitated for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, the grudge ends here. You may go. The Demon Emperor was also angry, but when he thought about how the demon race was already in trouble and was in the wrong first, it was already good that he could keep his life. In other words, it was lucky that Yun Xiao beat him up. If he was carried back after being beaten up like this outside, this grudge would still be formed. Now, the Demon Emperor could only watch helplessly, but he could not say anything else. Farewell, Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao bowed respectfully and also bowed to the Demon Empress. I'm sorry, Auntie. The Demon Empress' lips quivered, and her eyes were complicated. Yun Xiao. You won't beat him again in the future, right? Yun Xiao hesitated and said, if he recovers. If we meet again in the future. I might have to beat him again. You're such a simple-minded girl. Can't you say a few words to make me feel better? The demon empress sighed and waved her hand. Get lost quickly. Yun Xiao nodded and bowed. She turned and left on a cloud. When she reached the clouds, she stopped and thought carefully. He murmured, what little duo said makes sense. Now that things have come to this, as long as they don't mess with me in the future, there's nothing wrong with letting this matter go. After all, if they had listened to Master's words and closed the island, there would be nothing that could threaten them. Sigh. I'll find an opportunity to look for them. The white cloud left leisurely. Zhou Xiao Duo stayed in the demon race for half a year. Then, he returned to the astral soul's continent. He began to train Li Chenglong and the others with all his might. Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding had also gained a lot from their trip to the demon race this time. After they returned, they trained Yu Dongtian and his son as well as Yun Zhonghu and his wife with all their might. The battle outside was earth-shattering. On the Umno Alliance's side, after the 8 Zhu Wu returned, they were indeed unwilling to be left out. They quickly joined the battle. Today, they would fight this person. Tomorrow, they would fight that person. Not long after, all the factions, except for the human race of the astral souls, had been beaten up without exception. They had also offended everyone. They had barged into the spirit clan to ask for spiritual herbs and injured many of them. They had deliberately killed many of the demons. The demons were also old opponents. When they met them, they would kill them. As for Jie School, Chan School, and the Western sect, which had nothing to do with them. The medicine Buddha of the Western sect was crippled by the 2 Zhu Wu. There were also many Vajra guardians. The Zhu Wu swept over with red eyes and killed many of them. Saint Jia-yin was furious and personally attacked. The Zhu Wu immediately retreated. When they retreated, they encountered the goddess of Wudong and fought. The goddess of Wudong escaped with serious injuries. Daoist Duobao chased after her in anger. The Zhu Wu had already left. On the way, they met a Daoist. It was Perfected Tai. He was just a little bad-mouthed, but he was beaten up by the Zhu Wu. Perfected Yu Ding risked his life to save Perfected Tai, so the people of Chan School were collectively furious. We didn't provoke the Wu people. What's wrong? Therefore, they began to fight with the Wu people. The flood which felt bitter in her mouth all the time. For so many years, she had been dreaming of saving the Zhu Wu. Now, she had really done it, and the Zhu Wu had all come out. However, the flood which only had one thought now. Whichever faction was more powerful, she would lock them up again. Before they came out, the Wu people had almost no enemies. When they came out, except for the astral souls, everyone else was an enemy. The Umno Alliance was fighting in all directions. The flood which felt that she was in a terrible fix and was mentally and physically exhausted. At first, she was still trying to clean up her mess, but then she realized that she had already fallen into a shit pit. How could she clean it up? Suddenly, the entire world was an enemy. She had no choice but to fight. You really know how to cause trouble. Sometimes, the flood which came to Zhou Chonglu to drink, not to drink, but purely to complain. Previously, I could still control Lai Hua and the others, but now, I can't control them. If I hadn't built a large number of heroic soul passes back then, the entire continent would have been destroyed. However, they still enjoy it very much. Every day, they say things like, the entire world is an enemy. Why should I be afraid? Sigh. This is fucking. Zhou Chonglu couldn't do anything about that. He could only say, drink, drink. Now, the 8 races were in a chaotic war, plus Jie School. The flames of war were everywhere. Only the astral souls was still peaceful. They even slowly recovered some technological communication and could broadcast some news. However, everyone, including the poor people who didn't know martial arts, knew. The flames of war were about to burn. This last paradise could not help but be plunged into misery and suffering. Many couples who often quarreled no longer quarreled. Every day, they would watch over each other, talk, play games, and quietly stay at home, enjoying the last moments of peace. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The battle outside had almost turned the 8 continents into ruins. The flames of war had finally ignited the astral souls. In the end, only one race could survive the clear heavenly tribulation. The human race hadn't moved at all. The outside world had been destroyed, but they hadn't fired a single shot. Wasn't it too easy? The human race would definitely be the enemy in the end. Suddenly, the astral souls became the target of public criticism. It's finally the final moment. I'll take 2 days off to organize my thoughts. Chapter 1400. Dad, I can't figure out why we have to clear the heavenly tribulation. What's the point of clearing the heavenly tribulation? Xiao Duo was puzzled. The clear sky calamity will easily wipe out a clan. Why can't it maintain the status quo like it is now, where all the clans can coexist and go on expeditions occasionally? Instead, it can stimulate one's fighting spirit and will not dare to slack off. It will also give one the motivation to become stronger. Why must the other clans be wiped out and only one dominant clan is left? Even the so-called eternal protagonist is nothing more than a title. Absolute power leads to absolute corruption. When a certain race becomes dominant, it will only cause the population of that race to expand without limit. There will be no pressure to survive at all. Perhaps in 10,000 years or hundreds of thousands of years, it will be difficult to escape the end of a lack of spiritual energy and resources. If something goes wrong, all living beings will step onto the path of extinction. I really can't understand. Xiaoduo's words were full of distress. Xue Changlu sighed and said, "How can I not understand this? The human race and the astral souls once went through a period of population expansion. If it weren't for the meteorite shower that killed more than 70% of the human race and the return of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance, the human race and the astral souls might have gone extinct due to the extreme consumption of resources. However, the current situation is not something that you and I can change. I even suspect that the current situation is not the automatic operation of the heavenly axiom of the ancestral land, but the arrangement of the existence beyond the heavenly axiom. In a world like this, we are strong and have our own means. It is not difficult for us to live forever. However, for the weak, whether they are the human race, the demon race, or other races, it is a disaster. The so-called weakness is the original sin, and it is shown in such a bloody way. Look around, there are so many experts of different races in this world. There are tens of millions of them. Xue Zhonglu sighed and said, no matter which one of these powerhouses makes a move, they have the strength to flatten a human city with a population of 1 million. As for the experts of the human clan, such as your Not Enough Brigade, any one of them can easily wipe out a medium-sized city of the Demon Clan or the Demon Clan. They can even retreat unscathed. It's as easy as a trip. That's undeniable, right? Xue Xiaoduo nodded. Let me ask you, when you were slaughtering the demons, did you have the slightest bit of compassion in your hearts? Xue Chonglu asked, when you were slaughtering monsters and asuras. Were there any times when you didn't have the heart to kill them? Xue Xiaoduo shook his head. No. That's it. That's the crux of the problem. Xue Chonglu said lightly, because the education we received since childhood has determined our basic worldview, values, and morals. Therefore, we don't feel that there's anything wrong with this kind of killing. After such a massacre, I even feel that I've contributed to the future of the human race. It's a great sense of accomplishment. People have the same mind, and their hearts share the same principle. Isn't it the same for the experts of the various clans? In the long run, the experts of each generation will only become more and more vicious and cruel to the outsiders. The rhythm and style of this world will only become more and more cruel. Zhuo Changlu sighed. But what are the sins of living creatures? Is being weak really the original sin? Born without the aptitude for cultivation, can we only be reduced to food, hunted, and slaughtered in this world? On this point, whether it's the Demon Clan, or the Azura clan, the root of the problem is the same. We think the demons are cruel, but when we slaughter the cities of the demons, what's the difference in the eyes of the demons? To be fair, when they look at us, they think we're delicious. How is it different from when we cook delicious meat? It's just a difference in the education of the various clans since childhood. There's no need to be harsh. Under such racial differences, it's difficult to unify the thoughts. If there's no restriction in this world, it will continue to be chaotic for a long time. Even if the experts of the various clans join hands and reach a consensus to promote a peaceful situation, it's just a terrifying balance. There's still a hidden danger, and it's just a temporary delay. And this situation is bound to continue until the end of time. Even if there's no cleansing heavenly tribulation, the final outcome will still be the same as the cleansing heavenly tribulation now. A certain clan will be completely strengthened, or they'll exterminate the other clans, or they'll suppress the other clans to establish the absolute right to speak, and achieve a de facto unity. This is the inevitable trend, the inevitable result. It is only at that time that we will be able to completely eradicate the problem of becoming food for other races at any time and place and become extinct. Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh and said, as long as the two clans coexist in this world, this kind of thing will never be avoided. After such a detailed analysis, at least I'm full of admiration for the powerful figure who went beyond the heavenly Tao and directly started the cleansing heavenly tribulation in this world. Only at the initial stage of the return of the clans, the cruel war that's bound to come, can be brought to an end as soon as possible, and establish a lasting peace for generations to come. Even if there will be wars in the future, there will be the rise and fall of dynasties, and there will be the change of forces. It will only happen among the clans. And no matter how cruel the war between the clans is, there won't be any bloodshed like before. At least in my opinion, once and for all, this is both a crisis and an opportunity for long-term peace and prosperity. In the future, no matter whether it's the Monster Clan, the Demon Clan, the Wu people, or the Spirit Clan left in this world, as long as the unification is achieved, there will be a developed and civilized society in the future. All kinds of systems, laws, inventions, and creations will appear. Zhuo Changlu said, just like the development of the land of astral souls in the past thousands of years. Science, technology, civilization, economy. Our development has proved that although we have developed these things, as long as there is a powerful enemy, everything is meaningless. As long as the enemy comes, the so-called civilization will be gone in a day. Only after the war, after the unification is achieved, and after the redevelopment, can we have a long-term prosperity. Otherwise, no matter how valuable, meaningful, and promising the research results are, they will just be like a flash in the pan, like a bubble in a dream. When a giant demon beast's iron hooves fall, the entire city will be gone. How can we talk about science, technology, civilization, and prosperity? Zhuo Changlu said, maybe in the future, we can develop powerful weapons with only science and technology to destroy those giant demon beasts. But for now, it's unrealistic. Of course, the person Sua Chonglu was talking to was not Sua Xiaoduo himself. He looked at the people around him and said earnestly, the person who set this up doesn't care whether the only race that will survive in the future is human or other races. But we have to care about it, and we have to fight for it. We have to do everything we can. Even if we have to sacrifice everything, we have to fight for the chance that human beings will become the only intelligent race in the world in the future and dominate the world. Although the time limit of the protagonist of this world is not eternal, it doesn't matter if it's hundreds of thousands of years or tens of thousands of years. Isn't it good to have that kind of time? Sua Chonglu sighed. That was true, but in the face of so many opponents, so many legends, to fight for the chance that human beings would be the only winner, that it was more than difficult. They had no confidence at all. If that's the case, there's still one more problem. That is, what about those ultimate experts? Li Chenglong, who had been listening carefully, raised the question first. Those people should be very difficult to kill, or maybe they won't die in battle at all. Everyone nodded. They all knew who Li Chenglong was referring to. Banish them. Sua Chonglu said, what Chenglong is worried about is a problem that we will only face when we reach the end. During this period, the Demon Emperor, Demon Empress, and I have been discussing this problem all the time. That is, where should those eliminated clans go? Since there are ultimate experts in this world in charge, how can they be completely destroyed? Decline is already the limit. However, the decline of a clan means that the clan's luck is not restored. It's a foregone conclusion that they will become weaker day by day. So, in order to ensure that the clan still has room to reproduce, where should they go? Sua Chonglu said carefully, the conclusion that we have come to, or the relatively feasible method, is to use the Grotto Heaven treasure to carry a small number of the clan's young and leave the ancestral land to wander the starry sky. The clan's mighty experts will open up a chance of survival for them. Then, they will find a place to settle down. Life and death will depend on luck. However, this ancestral land will not allow them to return. Even then, they will be reduced to the evil clan of the heavenly axiom because of their luck, and it will be difficult for them to survive. In other words, keep your orthodoxy in spirit, but your sect master, and clan leader will have to leave the ancestral land. After the unification, in this world, as the ancestral land, there will still be the Western sect, the Jie sect, the Chan sect, the Taoist sect, the Fiend sect, the Spirit sect, the Azura race, the Magi race, and so on. However, there won't be any specific method of inheritance for all of these. They can only keep their orthodoxy and spirit. The real demons, sorcerers, Buddhas, and Taoists can no longer exist in this world. Even the ultimate experts of each clan will be expelled by the heavenly axiom. Sua Chonglu smiled faintly. Let this world be dominated by only one clan. Provide the clan with the greatest amount of resources, and let them recover in the shortest time possible. Then, they can reproduce and develop. The cycle of yin and yang. This is the true meaning of this clear heavenly tribulation. Everyone murmured slowly. Clear heavenly tribulation. Clear heavenly tribulation. So this is the clear heavenly Dharma. Therefore, all the ancient experts have come out to fight for a chance of victory. They want to settle all their grudges at this stage, because this is the last chance. If they miss this chance, most of the ultimate experts will wander to the boundless starry sky. No one knows where they will settle down in the future. They won't have the chance to settle their grudges. These are things that every saint can see. The so-called clear heavenly tribulation is probably like this. From now on, there will be no more conflicts between clans. Only one clan will rule, and the prosperity will last for a long time. Sua Chonglu said slowly, that's the principle. However, with the strength of human beings, we don't have the confidence to say that we can become the final world dweller. These words made the hearts of everyone present heavy. From now on, there will be no more appreciation for each other. Friends from other clans. Because everyone will have to fight to the death in the end. Even Xiao Duo's godfather. If in the end, only the Wu people and humans are left to fight, he won't give in. Actually, this clear heavenly tribulation has another purpose, Zhuo Changlu said. What's the purpose? Liberation. Zhuo Changlu said deeply, liberation of the saints. The saints are inseparable from the heavenly Tao. However, this clear heavenly tribulation has given the saints a chance to break the shackles. Therefore, the saints are the most excited. Because this time, they can break free from the shackles. There's no need to expel them. The saints will leave on their own. Because they are finally free. Zhuo Changlu said with a sarcastic tone. Everyone was silent. Sure enough, there were gains and losses, and there were joys and sorrows. To the saints, the crisis of extinction was freedom. The flames of war are now approaching this side. Zhuo Zhanglu said solemnly, you have all cultivated in the Tower of Annihilation for 1,000 years. Your foundation has improved and you have reached the peak of the human race. So, the future of the human race depends on you. Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others' eyes all lit up. Li Chenglong and the others were not the only ones who were cultivating in the Space Extermination Tower. All the geniuses of the human tribe were cultivating in the Space Extermination Tower to further their studies. At this stage of cultivation, they had basically improved everything that could be improved. There was no room for improvement. As for those that could not be improved, that was naturally the only way. Perhaps in the cruelest battles of life and death, there was still some enlightenment. However, when it came to pure cultivation, it was basically useless. After all, there was still the limitation of one's innate talent. No matter how much one wanted everyone to be like a dragon, it was impossible to make everyone like a dragon in this world. This was the limitation. The majority of cultivators who had reached the Tao integration stage were unable to take another step forward no matter what they did. Even more people who had reached the ascension stage or the return to profound realm were unable to take another step forward. And for such a cultivator with limited talent, even if you forcefully provided them with elixirs and high-level cultivators to help them break through their limits, it would be futile and a waste of resources. After all, even if one broke through the current bottleneck with the help of external forces and went to the next stage, one would still be stuck at a standstill. The innate shackles were always there. If one couldn't pass it once, he wouldn't be able to pass it again. In such a dangerous situation, there was no chance to look for personal opportunities. If one couldn't pass it, there would naturally be others to take over. Whoever could do it would take over. Students from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, 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 High Martial School. Phoenix City. Qin Fangyang was holding a beautiful little girl in his arms as he strolled around the campus with a warm smile on his face. When the students and teachers saw him, they stopped in their tracks and bowed. Hello, Principal Qin. Hello, hello. The little girl was still struggling, so he put her down on the ground. Then, she took off on her two short legs and ran quickly on the ground. Although this little girl was only 4 years old, she was very adorable and had already begun to show signs of becoming a stunning beauty. She was the youngest daughter of Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang, Li Qingyue. However, what even Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang didn't know was, this little girl was He Yue's reincarnation. As the only person who knew about this matter, Qin Fangyang was all smiles as he looked at the little girl. She was running happily under the sun. When she saw a stray cat, she would tiptoe over clumsily to catch it. The cat ran away, and the little girl would yell and chase after it. How nice! Qin Fangyang was all smiles as he watched Li Qingyue play happily. However, there was a trace of loneliness in the depths of his eyes. In his spatial ring, there was an extremely exquisite jade bottle. What the jade bottle contained was precisely a delicate and beautiful permetha flower. This red spider lily had fallen into Qin Fangyang's hands for 5 years. The light from behind him shone on Li Qingyue's body. She was playing happily under the sun. This was her childhood. It was a carefree period without any worries, responsibilities, or pressure. The time that belonged to her was to play and to be happy. Qin Fangyang stood in the shadows and looked at Li Qingyue under the sun. A smile appeared on his face. It's too late. Too slow. It's too fast. Qin Fangyang's handsome face was in the shadows. When the light fell on his face, it was exceptionally mottled and full of light and shadow. I really want to be with you as you grow up. It's a pity that I don't have time. Deep longing and regret flashed across Qin Fangyang's face. Uncle Qin, come quickly. Li Qingyue called out. Her voice was exceptionally crisp. I'm coming. Qin Fangyang chuckled and quickly walked forward. That night, at Li Changjiang's table, 3 rounds of wine were served. Qin Fangyang took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. Changjiang, congratulations. From today onwards, you are the principal of Phoenix City's 2nd high school. This. What does this mean? Li Changjiang was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Last night, the minister sent me a message. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said, the final battle is about to begin. I need to rush to the front line. From now on, the 2nd high school of Phoenix City will be entrusted to you. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun were stunned when they heard this. The final battle is about to begin. Look after Qingyue. Qin Fangyang smiled and said, we will win. We definitely will. Li Changjiang's eyes flashed with anxiety. He said, but you've been looking for the reincarnation of the old principal. You haven't found it yet. Just like that. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. This is all fate. Let's not look for it. We'll talk about it after the battle. Alas, even if we find it now, what can we do? It's just adding to our troubles. If I'm still alive after the battle. Qin Fangyang forced out an amiable smile. Suddenly, a wave of sadness surged from the bottom of his heart. He paused and tried to restrain himself. He said quietly, if I'm still alive after the battle. We'll talk about it. If I'm dead. Then don't mention it. Changjiang, you don't have to say anything. Tonight, accompany me. Until we're drunk. After saying this, Qin Fangyang raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, it was already past midnight. Li Changjiang, who couldn't hold his liquor, was already drunk and unconscious. Qin Fangyang quietly stood up. All the luggage was already prepared and placed in the space ring. Everything that needed to be arranged had already been arranged. In the past few years, he was only the headmaster in name. Everything was still managed by Li Changjiang, who was in charge of the school's operations. Qin Fangyang was like a guardian deity in the school. If he left now, it wouldn't affect the school's operations at all, and there wouldn't be any chaos either. Just as he opened the door, a voice suddenly sounded, "You're leaving now?" It was Hu Ruoyun who spoke. Qin Fangyang didn't turn around. He said, "Yes. I have something to ask you," Hu Ruoyun said softly. "Qin Yu, are you the reincarnation of the old principal?" Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said firmly, "No." The two of them were speechless for a long time. After a long while, Hu Ruoyun handed over a spatial ring. "Everything in here is Phoenix City specialties, tea leaves, snacks, and second high school emblem. There's yours, as well as little duos and qinglongs. Each item has its own name, and you can hand it over according to the person's name. Teacher Qin, please take care of yourself." Qin Fangyang reached out and took the ring. He laughed. "If I don't die, I'll definitely come back and be the principal again." Before he finished speaking, he pushed the door open and was already high up in the sky in a flash. Hu Ruoyun quickly chased after him. In the sky, there was a full moon, and its clear light shone over the entire world. Qin Fangyang stood solemnly in the sky, bathing in the clear light. "Take care." Hu Ruoyun waved her hand. In the sky, Qin Fangyang's face was facing Hu Ruoyun from the side. Only a calm smile could be seen, full of peace and indifference. He waved his hand, and his body soared into the sky like a gust of wind. It was as if he had rushed to the moon. Under the clear light of the full moon, Qin Fangyang turned into a gust of wind and rushed away. The moonlight shone on him like water. Wherever he went, the moonlight shone. Hu Ruoyun looked at the bright moon in the sky in a daze. The clear light shone over the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Wherever the wind passed, it flowed over the mountains a few times. She suddenly remembered the poem that the old principal wrote back then. "A man's ambition in life is to fight in a mighty city, shouldering the responsibility of the country, more than love. After parting today, I'm not drifting to the ends of the world. My heart is like the bright moon, shining on you every night." Qin Fangyang rushed all the way under the moonlight. Suddenly, he reached the peak of Phoenix, turning around and suddenly appeared. He turned around and took a deep look at the lights of Phoenix City behind him. In his heart, there was an endless reluctance. He raised his head and looked at the full moon in the sky. "My heart is like the bright moon, shining on you every night. Qian, I miss you so much." Qin Fangyang murmured softly. He reached out and took out the red spider lily from his chest. He looked at it for a long time. Finally, he sighed. Then, he circulated his energy. With a crisp bang, the jade bottle that was as hard as black gold shattered. Along with the red spider lily in the bottle, it turned into powder that filled the sky and scattered all over Phoenix, turning around. "This battle, there's no chance of survival. Our love is deep but shallow. There's nothing I can do. Qian, I'm leaving." Under the moonlight, Qin Fangyang did not even look back. With a low roar, he tore through space and disappeared in a flash. In the distant space, Duo Bao pointed his sword at Buddha Ronding's throat from afar and said calmly, "Buddha of the past, have you regretted what happened back then?" Randang said calmly, "The past is the past. The past is over. What's there to regret? In that case, what if I use your corpse to pay the karma of the disciples of Jie school? Since I lost, everything is naturally feasible." There was a hint of loneliness in Ronding's expression as well as worry. The death of a corpse meant that he would never have any hope of becoming a saint in his life. However, it was a fact that he had lost to Duo Bao. He could only admit it if he did not want to. Beside him, Yun Xiao, Guiling, Wu Dang, Wu Yun, and the others looked happy. Today, they could finally seek justice and come to an end. Back then, Randang was in Chan's school and his heart was in the West. Among the disciples of Chan's school who had entered the West, Randang was the most loyal. Because of that, he became the Buddha of the past among the three Buddhas. Countless disciples of Jia's school died tragically in Randang's hands. Now, he had finally settled the karma. Yun Xiao was happy when she saw Randang leave. However, she was still indignant. Why didn't you just kill him? With his cultivation level, it's not worth it to only kill one of his good corpses. Not to mention that he won't vent his anger smoothly enough, he will most likely still cause trouble in this calamity. Duo Bao handed the 24 sea calming divine pearls and the treasure fall money to Yun Xiao and said, "Keep these." Then, he explained, to us, killing one of his good corpses is already the limit. He is ultimately the past Buddha of the Western sect. If he goes overboard, it will only cause the backlash of the Western sect. However, if we don't kill him, there are still too many people who will not let him off. There is really a lot of karma that Randang has over the years. It's better for others to do it. As soon as the Great Tribulation begins, I'll kill one of the three Buddhas of the Western sect. I'm really worried that I'll bring unexpected variables to Master. This time, the heavenly tribulation will sweep through the various races of the heavenly circuit. I'm more willing to have fewer variables. I don't want to trigger extreme events in the early stages of the heavenly tribulation. Duo Bao sighed. He was also one of the three Buddhas of the Western sect. As a former Buddha, he was almost the existence closest to a saint. Only an existence of such a level could clearly understand how difficult it was to cleanse the sins of Jia's school after everything was straightened out. It was precisely because he understood that he was really unwilling to cause any more karma for the Grand Master of Heaven and Jia's school. As the eldest senior brother of the Jia school, he had to restrain himself even if he had to end the karma of the past. Apart from having a target, he had to remember to stop. Once he formed a death feud, he would form a death feud with Jia school. Under the heavenly tribulation, he would not rest until he died. To be honest, I want to leave this world with Master, junior brothers, and junior sisters after resolving the karma of the past. We won't cause any more trouble. Think about it. The Penglai Immortal Island, the Golden Ao Island, and the Cloud Immortal Island. The three islands would gather and carry the entire Jia school to transcend this world and travel the galaxy. How satisfying would that be? Duo Bao sighed and said, after so many years. I've been scheming and scheming. It's really too tiring. He looked at the boundless starry sky and sighed, Senior brother has been tired all these years, Yun Xiao. The disciples of the Jia school were all silent. Tears could be seen in their eyes. Yes, it's really too tiring. Yun Xiao held the sea calming pearl in her hand lovingly. She did not care about the treasure fall coin that was also a peerless treasure. She lowered her head and said softly, the next time I see Xiao Duo, I'll give him the treasure fall coin and the 24 sea calming pearls. He should be able to use these treasures. She really did not care about those treasures at all. She did not take them seriously at all. She only felt sad. Not bad. It's a good idea to give it to junior brother Xiao Duo. Duo Bao smiled warmly and said, it seems that junior sister Yun Xiao has a good impression of this kid. Yun Xiao smiled. It's not just good. Let's not talk about him saving me from the Qilin cliff. Let's just talk about how he tried his best to stop me from killing Luya when I went to the Demon Emperor Palace to take revenge. He avoided a huge karma. Hiss. Duo Bao took a deep breath and supported his forehead with one hand. He smiled bitterly. You actually went to the Demon Emperor Palace alone. Moreover, you challenged Luya in front of the Demon Emperor. Aw. Why didn't you wait? Let's go together. We can take care of each other. It's so risky for you to go alone. Even if the Demon Emperor is unwilling to lower himself and suppress the weak, with just an order from Luya, the demons will attack together. How many lives do you have to return? Duo Bao reprimanded. Yun Shao smiled foolishly. At that time, I was blinded by hatred. I really didn't think too much. After meeting Master in the Green Touring Palace, I felt that karma had been settled. The anger that I had suppressed for so many years suddenly surged. I could no longer suppress it. I was so hot-headed that I rushed over. Under the calamity, there will always be dust that will disturb your heart. In the future, you have to think more. You can't be so rash. Duo Bao lectured. Now, the demons are involved. Our Jia school only wants to settle the karma in this calamity. We also have the means to deal with the end of the heavenly tribulation. There's no need to participate too deeply in the heavenly tribulation. However, if we kill the 10th prince, Luya, I'm afraid we will really fall into it. Yun Shao lowered her head and listened. Let's go. In the next round, let's find Guang Qingzi to settle the score and settle the karma. All right. After finding Guang Qingzi, we'll look for Zhu Lusun. He's even more hateful than Guang Qingzi. As for Xi Hang, Wen Shu, and Pu Xian, forget it. However, we have to let them release their enslaved junior brothers. Yes. The disciples of Jie's school turned into the wind and left. On the other side, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, who was riding the 9 dragons Agarwood chariot, arrived at the Green Touring Palace. I want to leave. Are you willing to go with me? The Grand Master of Heaven frowned and said, I still need to settle the karma. I need to delay it for a while. What karma? Can you not roll your eyes? You worry too much. We're all like you. Apart from beating up our brothers, we're sleeping. Really, we don't have to worry about anything. That's because boss hit you. What does it have to do with me? The Grand Master of Heaven snorted and said, before boss left, he left a note for me to settle the score with you. How can there be no reason? As he spoke, he proudly took out the note. However, the moment he unfolded it, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The primordial beginning sneered at the side. What did boss leave behind? The Grand Master of Heaven's hands trembled. Suddenly, he roared and shattered the note. He shouted sternly, Old man. Don't let me see you again. I want to fight you to the death. I won't rest until I die. He was so angry that he had gone mad. He had been a saint for tens of millions of years, but he was actually defeated by a blank note. Yes, it was a blank note. There was not a single word on it. The words, go and find second brother for what happened back then, had disappeared at some point in time. The primordial beginning sneered. I told you that you have no proof. The Grand Master of Heaven was fuming. After so many years, everything had changed. Only the situation of him being the only one who was at a disadvantage had not changed. You're leaving now. Aren't you going to bring your disciples and grand disciples with you? There are only a few that can be taken away due to the entanglement of grudges. However, you have to take some away. Otherwise, how can your Tao teachings continue? Of course, I have to take them away. But what about your Jia sect? Duo Bao wants to connect the 3 islands as one and use it as a vehicle to travel the galaxy in the future. That's thoughtful. However, the karma you mentioned. Is it related to the 3 ancient clans? That's right. Yes, the karma between the Chan sect and Jia sect is nothing more than emotions. After so many years of training, what's there to be unhappy about? The Phoenix clan seems to be scheming against that girl. During this period of time, the GS sect has received a lot of help from Xiao Duo. The karma is endless. I have to see what the Phoenix clan is up to. Will you take action at the critical moment? You're wrong. It might not be the critical moment. I can take action anytime and anywhere. It's up to you. The primordial beginning did not say anything more. He turned and left. The moment he floated onto the Nine Dragons' agarwood carriage, he finally stopped. After a long time, he sighed. The Grand Master of Heaven. Yes. Once we leave this world, we might not see each other again in the vast starry sky for eternity. Take care of yourself. If you encounter any problems, think about it more. Consult with Duo Bao and the others. Don't be stubborn. Yes, I'll follow second brother's instructions. The GS sect claims to teach everyone without discrimination. You've done a good job. However, you've not done enough to teach. Karma of the Heavenly Tao, Karma, and Karma. You're on your own. Yes. The primordial beginning nodded and did not say anything else. Suddenly, a gourd floated out of the Nine Dragons' agarwood carriage that was slowly leaving the ground. It was a gourd that was covered in purple light and looked extremely noble. I have a karma bond with that kid, but it's only limited to this gourd. You can pass it to him on my behalf. Back then, I was excited when I saw the gourd and obtained it. However, I owed the gourd vine karma. Today, the karma is clear. We have nothing to do with this world anymore. Tong Tian had just received the gourd when the Nine Dragons' agarwood carriage disappeared into the vast starry sky. Tong Tian held the gourd in his hand and stood at the entrance of the Green Touring Palace. He looked lost. He knew that his second senior brother was only here to bid farewell. After parting today, they would never meet again. However, in his heart, he was happy for himself and for the Jade Pure and Grand Pure Ones. Because today, he had truly broken free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. From now on, he could fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. Second brother, take care. Tong Tian said softly, in the future. We'll definitely meet again. Don't forget that you haven't paid me back what you owe me. The three of us are bound together. We won't rest until we die. In the starry sky. The primordial beginning, who was about to reach Mount Kunlun, smiled mysteriously. Silly, you keep repeating the same sentence. Do you think I don't understand? In front of the cave of the Jade Void. Ci Hang, Wen Shu, and Samantabhadra wore their usual Daoist attire. They looked otherworldly and otherworldly. The Nine Dragons' agarwood carriage stopped. However, the primordial beginning did not come down. He looked at his three disciples through the curtain without saying a word. The three of them knelt on the ground. Greetings, Master. The primordial beginning still did not say a word. The three of them knelt and kowtowed 9 times, causing the ground to make thumping sounds. From the beginning to the end, the primordial beginning, who was on the agarwood carriage, did not say a word. The curtain fluttered slightly. Today, I bid farewell to you, Master. The three of them cried. In the future, the galaxy will be ethereal and the heavens will look at each other. I'm unfilial if I can't serve you. Master. There was still silence in the agarwood carriage. Master. The three of them knelt for a long time. After a long time, the primordial beginning finally spoke. Go. Be good in the future. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Leave Ju Lu Sun and Randang behind. Yes. The three of them knelt on the ground and mustered their courage. Master, I want to see you again. Please fulfill my wish, Master. The primordial beginning said leisurely, so what if you see me? So what if I don't see you? After a moment of silence, he said, Go. 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 The three of them looked sorrowful. However, seeing that the curtain of the agarwood carriage had no intention of fluttering, they knew that their master had made up his mind. They could only kowtow a few more times before standing up. Disciple will take his leave. From now on, morning and evening, I will always wish Master good fortune and peace. The three of them looked back 3 times with every step they took. After a long time, they finally left the Jade Void Palace. The moment the 3 of them were about to disappear, the primordial beginning appeared in the void and looked at the 3 figures that had already turned into 3 small black dots. His gaze was exceptionally distant. In the distance, Ci Hang and the other 2's bodies suddenly trembled. They stopped abruptly on the cloud and knelt down. Master! They hurriedly looked up. They saw clouds rising in front of them. The entire Kunlun mountain had disappeared. The 3 of them could not help but feel sorrowful as tears fell from their hearts. The ancient Buddha Danzhao walked towards the west miserably. Halfway, he met Zhu Lusun, who rushed over to save him. When the 2 of them met, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. They sighed endlessly and headed towards the west earth together. Suddenly, a ball of auspicious clouds in front of them surged. A white-robed Taoist walked slowly from the auspicious clouds. The rest lined up beside him. They were all the immortals of Chan school. The white-robed Taoist in the lead slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 2 of them. He said calmly, Buddhas, how have you been? When the 2 of them heard that, their expressions changed drastically. Ever since they betrayed Chan school, the existence in front of them had been their lifelong nightmare. It had never changed. Ever since the day they left, the primordial beginning saint of the Jade Clear lineage had never seen the 2 of them again. After so many years, although he did not say it on the surface, as time passed, the huge rock in his heart became more and more loose. He subconsciously thought that the primordial beginning was magnanimous and had probably let go of this matter long ago. After all, a saint could not be bothered with such small matters. It was understandable that he never expected that he would encounter the heavenly tribulation of the clear sky here. Moreover, the first sentence he said was such a heart-wrenching sentence. Buddhas, how have you been? In Ronding's ears, those words automatically evolved into another meaning. Are you happy stealing from me? Randang cupped his hands and bowed. Greetings, senior brother. Primordial beginning slowly shook his head. I can't accept it. Ronding's expression turned bitter. Zhu Lusun slowly knelt down. Master. Primordial beginning slowly shook his head. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Zhu Lusun knelt and did not get up. Primordial beginning said softly, the calamity has arisen. I should abandon this chaotic world and leave. I will not return this time. Before I leave, I have a lingering concern in my heart. I can't escape it. I specially came to end the karma with you. I hope that we will no longer have any disturbances. That's all. 666. Chapter 1401. Randang sighed. He should have thought of it. The heavenly tribulation this time was a tribulation for all living beings. However, it was a relief for saints. Saints were with the heavenly Tao. While they were indestructible, they were also restricted by the heavenly Tao. There were naturally many things that could not be done according to their wishes. Now that the heavenly Tao was in chaos, the heavenly tribulation was clearly a special existence that exceeded the ordinary tribulation. To saints, this might be the only chance to escape the restraints of this world. From then on, he would be unrestrained and free. Therefore, not long after the Grand Pure One returned, especially when he sensed that the human race was still protected by someone with great luck, he immediately transcended with his disciples without any reluctance. That was because this opportunity was the only opportunity since the creation of the world, and the saints were guarding the destiny of the various sects. Now, primordial beginning was about to leave. However, it was understandable that the primeval Lord of Heaven wanted to get rid of the last bit of karma before he left. However, it was a completely different matter when the person involved in the karma was involved in it. Although primordial beginning spoke tactfully and was not angry at all, the two of them knew very well that the karma between the two of them and the primordial beginning saint was huge. Fellow Taoist, the past is over. Why pursue it? Fellow Taoist, you have already made up your mind. There's no need to continue fighting. If you don't obtain more karma, it won't be beautiful, Randang said in a low voice. It had to be said that although it was an eloquent argument, it was possible for him to stop from the perspective of the past of primordial beginning. If I still want to stay in this world, I should not leave such karma. Primordial beginning said calmly, however, I've said previously that we won't meet again after leaving this time. If I don't settle the matter back then, it's inevitable that time will pass. How can my thoughts be clear? Primordial beginning smiled. In that case, I have to ask the two Buddhas to fulfill my wish. Randang said dejectedly, what do you want? Primordial beginning cupped his hands. The journey to the galaxy is long. I still lack a bright lamp to look after the path ahead. Randang's expression was tragic. However, he extended his hand and a flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Upon closer inspection, it was a small lamp. The flame flickered weakly, but under the blow of the 9 heavens astral wind, it remained motionless. It seemed to be eternal. How is it? Thank you, Buddha. We will not meet again in the future. Goodbye. Randang left hatefully. Losing half of his natal divine lamp was equivalent to losing 80% of his cultivation base. Without billions of years of hard work, he would not be able to regain it. Primeval beginning's move was equivalent to breaking his bones. Yuanzhi Fu looked at Zhu Lusun Buddha again. Guangqingzi, who was behind him, could not help but take a step forward, Master. Yuanzhi waved his hand to stop him from pleading. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a white light from Zhu Lusun Buddha's body. He said, I'll take one of your 3 flowers and a piece of auspicious cloud to end the karma of the past. Is that okay? Zhu Lusun knelt on the ground and cried out in grief, Master. But there was no reply. When he looked up, all he could see was emptiness. Taoist Thunder and the others felt as if they had been abandoned again. Half a year ago, their ancestors had instructed them to gather the geniuses of Taoism. Furthermore, the more, the better. Taoist Thunder was overjoyed. He spared no effort in searching the entire Tao League continent, gathering 9,990,000 people. When I woke up this morning, I realized that it was gone. Everything was gone. All of the cave dwellings in the divine mountains had vanished. Even the auspicious clouds in the sky above the Tao Alliance were showing signs of crumbling. Only a few of them remained, drifting about feebly in the air. Where are they? Taoist Thunder rushed to the 3 pure halls like a madman. Where did they go? He saw that his other brothers were all standing there in a daze. Facing his question, there was only dead silence in their eyes. Where are they? They're all gone. They've all been taken away. Then what should we do? Dot. A letter shone with golden light on the table. Taoist Thunder's body trembled. For a moment, he did not dare to open the letter. He only felt desolate and disheartened. This was a farewell letter left by perfected Yuding. The content of the letter was unexpected, but it also seemed to be within his expectations. The content of the letter was relatively simple. We're leaving this world's cleansing heavenly tribulation. We're not going to get involved anymore. We're going to find a new place to settle down. This is no longer our paradise. We don't want to fight to the end and be expelled when we lose more than half of our strength. We want to leave with our heads held high and work hard on our own. We've taken the geniuses away, hoping to sow the light of the righteous path in a new place. Although we've left, the ideals and brilliance of Taoism won't die with us. Our orthodoxy won't disappear either. We're not abandoning you. The rest of you only need to surrender to the astral souls continent. Then, you'll be astral souls humans. The people of the Tao League are the descendants of the people under the rule of the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. We're all the same. There's no difference between races. The only difference is the orthodoxy. Now, the last shackle that's holding you back is gone. Return to the astral souls human race. You'll become the clear stream of the human race in the astral souls. I hope you can live safely and happily. Inherit the orthodoxy. And so on and so forth. At the end, there was an apologetic farewell, as well as a large pile of high-grade cultivation resources and pills. However, in Taoist Thunder's eyes, all of this was meaningless. After reading the letter, his heart had already turned to ashes. Previously, many ancestors of the Tao League reappeared in the mortal world and instantly took back the old site of the Tao League continent. Everyone in the Tao League was overjoyed, thinking that they could rise again and dominate the ancestral land. Now, everything had changed. How could it be like this? Now that the various races were at war, disputes had already been established. How could he and his brothers handle it with their strength alone? Even if only one demon god from the demon race attacked, it would be enough to crush the current high-end combat power of the Tao League. In such a cruel heavenly tribulation, only experts, powerhouses, pillars of support, and high-level combat power that could enter the battlefield now could maintain the situation. What was the use of large amounts of cultivation resources and pills? Could these allow him to improve to the point where he could fight against a demon emperor within a day? If they could, Taoist Thunder would be more than willing to swallow all these resources in one go, even if it meant he would die from overeating. However, this was obviously unrealistic. We stayed here alone and fought for tens of millions of years. After waiting for so long, you finally came back. Then, after you came back, this place became the most extreme battlefield. After a round of crazy battles, the entire continent was devastated. The original population of 100 billion fell to 10 billion. Then, you guys just patted your butts and left, taking so many cultivation seeds with you. Taoist Thunder and the other 4 felt like crying, dejected and disheartened. Overnight, we actually returned to the point where we had no one to rely on. We were even worse than Zhou Changlu. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have anyone to rely on. What kind of backing was he? He just clenched his teeth and fought, but he still managed to create the most peaceful and prosperous era among the various races. Regardless of whether it was just for show or not, at least the astral souls humans were really peaceful. No one came to invade them. But what about us? We were always their leaders. We were one level higher than them. We thought we were more than one level higher than them. For so many years, we were like that. But now, especially in recent years, how come we suddenly couldn't defeat them? Then, the gap between us grew bigger and bigger. We couldn't even catch up to them anymore. We waited so long for our ancestors to come back. We could finally show off our strength again, but they left again. And they want us to surrender to them. And become astral souls humans. Become a clear stream of the astral souls humans. What the hell? Feng, Lei, Shuang, Yu, and Shui stood dumbfounded in the main hall, their hearts filled with confusion. Now, at this very moment, they were especially envious of Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun, who died in battle. Although they had died in battle, they had died valiantly and cleanly. They had died without any worries. No, they would be engraved in the hearts of everyone in the Tao League. Even those who were taken away by them would feel the same. On the other hand, they, who were still alive, had to face this mess. What should we do? Daoist Snow's face was the same color as his name. What should we do? This was also the same word that echoed in the minds of the other four. Could the Tao League hold on? If the ancestors didn't leave, there would be no doubt that they could hold on. No matter what, they could still struggle at death's door. But now, they were gone. They were all gone. Outside, there were armies of demons, and Azuras. Yes, there were also armies in the Tao League. Fight? They couldn't win. How could they win? Big brother, what should we do? Now. What should we do? Daoist Rain was uneasy, clearly at a loss. As an early-stage Grand Heavenly Realm cultivator, even his voice was a little shaky now. Even his legs were starting to show signs of not being able to stand straight. How could he not panic when his heart was empty? Daoist Thunder drifted out of the hole. Many of the Tao Alliance cultivators below were looking up at him expectantly, hoping that he would give them an explanation. After all, they had all sensed the sudden disappearance of so many divine mountains and immortal abodes. At the foot of the mountain, there were even more people. It was a sea of people. He could see that there was hope and anticipation on everyone's faces. Fight, win, and live. Daoist Thunder's eyes suddenly moistened. I'll go find Old Zhua and discuss the Mainland Alliance. Daoist Thunder suddenly felt strength in his body again. He said softly, now, the two mainlands must merge. The Tao League has been the dominant force for so many years. Suddenly, they want to merge. I'm worried that some people can't change their minds. Daoist Rain sighed. He naturally knew that the alliance and merger that Daoist Thunder mentioned was only a pretense. The real meaning was to surrender and seek refuge. Those who can't change their minds will only be beaten up by society. There's still hope for survival if they survive, but those who can't. Daoist Thunder said lightly, if they can't change their minds, then so be it. The way out has been given to them. If they can't grasp it, it's no one's fault. Zhua Chonglu was extremely surprised by Daoist Thunder's visit. His eyeballs almost fell out. Chapter 1402. Zhua Chonglu had only heard that his old friend was in the midst of a fierce battle at the front lines. Why did he come here? After all, both sides were bound to be enemies in the future. Moreover, the other side had ancient mighty figures like the primeval sage, Guangqingzi, and Shijingzi to rely on. It could be said that they were the most likely force to stand at the end of this war. Zhua Chonglu was even a little envious at first. Based on the above knowledge, Zhua Chonglu even wondered if the other party was here to take him in. Zhua Xiaoduo had a lot of contacts with the Prime of Tongtian and many higher-ups of the Jia Order. The primeval sage had also consulted him. Although the Tao League was based on the inheritance of Taoism, most of its disciples belonged to the human clan. It was the closest force to the human clan of the astral souls among all the races in the world, and even had the same origin. If the Tao League wanted to take in the human clan of the astral souls, it would not be too far-fetched and unbelievable. At the beginning of the war between the three races, the human clan of the Astral Souls was almost a vassal of the Tao League. If it were not for the strong rise of Zhuo Changlu and Yu Xingqian, the human clan of the Astral Souls would have become a vassal of the Tao League, or the three races would have been conquered by the Wu people. However, after hearing the reason, Zhuo Changlu could not help but be stunned. Because he acutely sensed that Taoist Lei's intention was the opposite of his prediction. He was not here to take in the surrender, but to surrender. Was this world, a little too crazy? The human world was not worth it. You were abandoned again. Zhuo Changlu felt that his worldview had been challenged. What do you mean again? What do you mean again? Taoist Lei was already depressed to the point of death. Now, he felt that he had been further attacked. He said sullenly, "We were abandoned for the first time." Ha! Zhuo Zhanglu chuckled, and tactfully changed the topic. "I can't ask about this topic anymore. Hee, let's just let it go. Who asked me to be so kind? It couldn't be helped." The Zhuo family considered themselves to be kind people. Zhuo Xiaoduo was like that, and so was Zhuo Xiaoduo's father. Given the current situation, it's not impossible for the two continents to merge. However, based on the current situation, even if the two continents merge, it might not be able to change anything. Zhuo Changlu's words were vague. However, Daoist Thunder could understand the meaning behind Zhuo Changlu's words. All the top masters of the Tao League have left. Even if you merge, what can you do? Let's not talk about other things. Just these 5 materials are the only high-quality resources that you can take out right now that we don't want it anymore. Daoist Thunder felt bitterness in his mouth. However, he had to admit that this was the truth and the reality. This time, he suddenly realized that Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu, who were originally one realm lower than him and didn't even enter his eyes, had not only caught up with him, but had even far surpassed him. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting were so strong that he didn't even dare to think about it. He had to look up to them. His current cultivation base was indeed. What do you mean, Brother Zhuo? The past is still vivid in my mind. The Tao League did protect the astral souls of the human race for a long time in the past. The astral souls of the human race have been engraved in their hearts. However, friendship is friendship. The current situation must be considered first. What I mean is that the merging can't be carried out in the name of merging. The priority must be clear. Zhuo Changlu said, "If the priority is not clear, there will be chaos in the future command. That kind of merging is better than not merging." Daoist Thunder nodded slowly. The reasons Wu Changlu gave was very good, but he didn't hide his ambition to directly annex the Tao League. "You can come over, but everything after that has to be decided by me. You're only here to seek protection and dependence. You're definitely not collaborators. In other words, from this moment on, you have to accept unified leadership and jurisdiction." These words didn't need to be said out loud. His ambition was as clear as day. However, when he thought of the eager and expectant eyes of the billions of people in the Tao League, those innocent lives. Daoist Thunder's face seemed to have aged tens of thousands of years. Okay. He had clearly been mentally prepared before coming. However, when he really heard it and decided it himself, he still found it hard to accept. At this moment, Yun Zhonghu rushed in like a whirlwind. A war has broken out between the demons and the Wu people and the Western sect. The spirit race has also been involved. Zhuo Zhanglu was taken aback. How far is the battlefield from here? It's still very far from the astral souls, so it won't be affected. However, it's very close to the Tao League. The aftermath of the battle is not small. I'm afraid it will cause considerable losses. Are these people crazy? How dare they act so rashly? Aren't they afraid of angering the primeval saint and causing trouble for them? Immediately help the people of the Tao League to evacuate to the astral souls. Zhuo Chonglu gave the order decisively. Now that the two continents had merged, the people of the Tao League were also the people of the astral souls. If there were too few people, the defense line would be too long. It would only become more and more difficult to defend. Although high-level experts could tear space and rush to the rescue, there were only a few people who could do so, and they were all scarce resources. What was the use of a few dozen experts who could tear space in such a huge defense line of thousands of kilometers? In particular, the construction of the Tao League's defense line on the mainland was so fucked up. Therefore, it was inevitable that the Tao League would give up on the mainland. Okay. Daoist Thunder, who understood the situation, did not waste time. He simply agreed, stood up, and hurried back to pass the order. Master. What's going on? Is the Tao League coming over? I thought he came over today to accept surrender. Yun Zhonghu said. It had to be said that Yun Zhonghu was indeed Zhuo Chonglu's top disciple. The two of them had the same idea. Yes, it's just as you think. So those old ancestors came and left. Yun Zhonghu sneered. At the end of the day, it was us old natives who shouldered everything. Those ancestor experts have always been like this. Zhuo Chonglu smiled faintly. If they really had the heart to fight to the death, they would have done it back then. Why would they wait until now? So what if the clear sky calamity starts? It can't stop them at all. Naturally, they would seek advantages and avoid disadvantages as soon as possible. Besides, if the saints wait until the clear sky calamity ends, they won't be able to leave. If that's the case, why come back? If they don't come back, how would they know that this is the only chance for freedom? You're right, Master. But you have to be careful during this period. What do you mean, Master? There are too many strong enemies. You are unstable. Have you forgotten Xiao Duo's repeated reminders? Xiao Duo had reminded Zhuo Chonglu of this many times. The fact that Yun Zhonghu's life was in danger was still like a sharp knife hanging over his head. During this period of time, if you encounter any problems, remember to deal with them together with Yu Dongtian. It's not necessarily a bad habit to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. In this aspect, Dongtian is much better than you. When it comes to shirking the responsibility, you have to be behind 3 times. Yes, I understand. It didn't take long. The ground shook a little. After 10 minutes, Yu Dongtian rushed over. The big move is here. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races, the Azura race, and the Demon race are attacking the Astral Souls continent from 5 directions. The Ancestral Dragon is personally attacking and destroying the Heroic Soul Pass in the west. What? Everyone stood up in shock. Everyone was at White Mountain now, and the Heroic Soul Pass had the geographical advantage. After the ancestral land was reunited, the Heroic Soul Pass's sturdiness had increased exponentially. Unless one was a top-notch almighty in this world, it would be impossible to shake it. It had been stable during this period of time, and it had become a blind spot for the attack. Which side are they? Where's military advisor Li? Zhuo Chonglu immediately summoned Li Chenglong. During this period of time, Li Chenglong was sent by Zhuo Chonglu to command the allied forces when he had nothing to do. Although the Astral Souls continent didn't suffer a large-scale attack, Li Chenglong secretly commanded the troops and did a lot of sneaky things. Moreover, Li Chenglong analyzed the situation of the entire 9 continents and made all the decisions under his comprehensive consideration. Every decision he made was extremely correct. This kind of big-picture view made the four marshals sigh at their inferiority. After all, everyone was originally in charge of their own affairs, and they could control the area under their jurisdiction accurately. However, if the area suddenly increased by a few hundred times, it was really beyond their power. Moreover, the four marshals' knowledge of high-end combat power was not as accurate as Li Chenglong's. Therefore, although this kid wasn't officially appointed, the actual position of military advisor of the Allied forces was already on his head. In the beginning, the marshals would slap him on the back of his head and laugh at him. However, as military advisor Li's cultivation base increased, he could now suppress the marshals of the four marshals. Therefore, the four marshals were now well behaved. They no longer called him little brat, but formally called him military advisor Li. Li Chenglong came in and squatted in front of the huge map that was more than 10 meters long like a monkey. He was deep in thought. The battle reports from all sides came in one after another. Zhuo Chonglu, Qin Mo, Sword King, Yu Dongtian and his son, the four marshals of the four marshals, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the rest of the troops were all gathered in the hall. Every one of them looked anxious. The front line had already started fighting. Every minute, every second, people were dying. A large number of people were dying. How could they not be anxious? However, no matter how anxious they were, they had to wait until they finished analyzing the overall situation before they could take any concrete action. War was not a game that could be rushed into on a whim. Acting blindly would not help. If they saw military advisor Li squatting in front of the map like this, they would have kicked him a few times. However, no one dared to do so today. Everyone looked very serious. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat far away with his legs crossed. Young Master Zhuo never worried about such things. He didn't even want to get involved. Just tell me what you want to do after you've discussed it. It's very obvious that this wave of attacks was premeditated. They want to eliminate the star soul human race first. Li Chenglong studied for a while. He squatted on the ground and didn't turn his head. He said in a heavy voice, "This is a battle of life and death. It's no secret that our main force is concentrated on Mount Whitehead. The enemy's attack this time was specifically designed to target our weakness. Dragon Clan, Qilin Clan, Phoenix Clan, Ashura Clan, Demon Clan. A total of 5 clans attacked us from 10 directions. They caught us off guard and attacked us from the front and back. We are overwhelmed. Now, some of the heroic soul passes have been lost. They are so decisive. Obviously, they want to destroy the astral souls in one battle. Then, they will talk about the rest of the clans. But I find it strange. Why did the Wu people, the Demon Clan, and the Western religious sect fight at this time? And it's a battle of life and death. Li Chenglong frowned. This is really puzzling. They just started fighting, and there is a fatal crisis here. What does it mean? Is there any other connection? Either all the clans are colluding, or the Wu people and the Demon Clan are being schemed against. What is it? Li Chenglong frowned. The enemies have shown up. We can just send troops. However, the 3 clans are the biggest uncertainty. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.